February the 1st, 1979. Punk hardman Sid Vicious wakes up in a New York jail charged with murder. But in spite of the charge, he'll soon be a free man.
He was released into the custody of his mother, who then, goes out and buys drugs for her son.
He was trying on clothes, playing air guitar, jumping around.
Both hands are just dripping with blood.
He wanted her to inject into him, and she said no, she wouldn't do that.
In 24 hours, Sid Vicious will be dead from a fatal overdose of heroin.
I was part and parcel of supplying him with something which probably was responsible for killing him off.
February the 1st, 1979. Sid Vicious is held at the Rikers Island Detention Center just across from Manhattan, New York. This is the beginning of his last 24 hours alive. For Sid, this is a living nightmare. He's charged with murdering his girlfriend, Nancy Spungen, but has no recollection of the attack. He'd been out of his mind on drugs, but all he remembers is that when he woke up, Nancy was dead. Now one thought terrorizes him. Did he do it? For 55 days, Sid, a heroin addict, has gone through the agony of withdrawal. On top of all this, he's been subjected to humiliating attacks.
He apparently was raped, he was abused, he was beaten up. Everything that is your worst nightmare that would happen to you in prison. I mean, how could anybody cope with that?
At dawn, Sid is woken and taken from his cell. He's hoping the nightmare is over and that he'll never have to return to prison. His lawyers believe they can beat the murder charge, and later today they'll make their case to get him out on bail. Sid's hearing is scheduled for noon.
I was dealing with a 21-year-old kid, transplanted from the UK to the United States in a big problem.
As Sid leaves Rikers Island behind him, the clock is ticking on his final day. Step back 3 years to London, 1976. It's the summer that Britain found punk.
It was a fashion thing, it was a music thing, and I just think everybody just locked onto the same vibe at the same time. I think that's what it was all about, that's what punk was, and I don't really think... OK, we had a dwarf, there was Helen, yes, there was a lot of gay guys there, yes, there were a few sort of like lesbians, yes, there were some hookers. It was this whole mix, but that was London at the time. I mean, this is what was going on. Everyone was young, we were all doing really strange things.
It's very outrageous for that time. I mean, we really pissed a lot of people off just because of the way we looked.
Back then, Sid Vicious was a shy 19-year-old called John Simon Ritchie.
He looked more like a sort of James Dean character. He had like slick black hair, big sort of studded wristband. Sid had this shy little boy, lost childlike quality, I think he had about him.
Ritchie was drawn to the emerging punk scene and started hanging out at the Sex Clothes Shop on King's Road.
It was a place where something magical might happen if you hung around long enough. And I think that was always a kind of gave everybody a sense of purpose to dwell and to make that pilgrimage from wherever in the UK to this store.
John Ritchie was one of the many punks who made that pilgrimage.
I always liked him, I have to say, and there was something warm about him. He was just very genuinely just a nice person. I mean, so, yeah, he stuck around. I mean, I think he was probably stealing the clothes as much as anybody else was.
John Ritchie was close to punk's inner circle. One of his best mates was John Lydon, the lead singer of the notorious band The Sex Pistols.
He pushed himself into the scene, you know, so that when the papers started to write about the Pistols and the whole punk thing, you know, he was one of the first things that were mentioned. He went hand in hand with the sort of growth of punk and particularly Pistols.
He didn't quite know what he wanted to do, Sid, but you just knew he was waiting to sort of like fit in somewhere.
When the group did set out to play in a number of pubs around London, this tall, somewhat stalwart creature did show up, and we nicknamed him.
Lydon was given the name Johnny Rotten after his bad teeth, while Ritchie was given the name Sid Vicious, not because of any violent tendencies, but after Lydon's pet hamster, Vicious. It was all a bit of a joke.
Yeah, he was around, you'd see him, and I just thought he was a bit of a burp, to be honest.
Sid was complete marshmallow, really, you know. It's like, we were like playing with children and playing games. And he loved all of that, and he was a big softie.
Now the shy and slightly goofy John Simon Ritchie had a new name, Sid Vicious. He'd spend the rest of his life trying to live up to it. Sid has 20 hours left to live. He's escorted from Riker's Island to the New York Criminal Court. He's been accused of murdering his girlfriend, Nancy Spungen, but his lawyers are certain they can get him out on bail. They argue that Sid is innocent and that Nancy was probably killed by a drug dealer who wanted to steal her money.
There were a number of other people who lived in the area, in the hotel, and who were supplying drugs to these people, who had opportunities and access to these people. And it was not unlikely that someone could have come in and attempted to assault them. We were very optimistic that the prosecution would not be in a position to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was responsible.
Sid was gonna get off, we all hoped. Bailey was gonna do an excellent job. His bill was gonna be astronomical. And Sid was gonna play Las Vegas and pay for it. That was it.
But first, Sid's lawyers have to get him out of jail. They persuade the judge to release him, but only if someone can stump up £30,000 in bail money.
I had the money. It wasn't a question. I was not going to use it. I used it immediately.
At 10 a.m., Sid is released.
He was certainly relieved to know he was being released. The last thing that I said to him was, I'll be in touch with you, just be careful.
Sid is free, and his lawyers set about preparing his defense. But in less than 19 hours, Sid will be dead. 2 years earlier, and punk was declaring anarchy in the UK. Some saw it as a threat to the very foundations of civilization. The Sex Pistols were at the front line of the movement, and Sid was in the crowd at every gig, living up to his new nickname.
Whenever we played, there would seem to be some kind of altercation going on, which seemed to be Sid trying to get a bit of the limelight for himself.
Sid was determined to make his mark and create his own brand of anarchy. In one incident, he attacked a rock critic with a bike chain just because he'd given his favourite band a bad write-up.
Just be completely destructive and you'd get really pissed, really out of it, start lunging around. You know, usually if he did start a fight, he was one who got worse anyway.
Sid was one of these extraordinary people who could have had the words willing prey tattooed on his forehead, because that's what he really was.
And it seemed to me he had this kind of slightly masochistic quality about him, that he'd like to start a fight in. So maybe in the end he would get an hiding, and he did get a hiding from a good few people that he picked on. He picked on the wrong blokes.
He had a gift for provocation. He did invent that strange kind of dance that became known as the pogo.
Sid's violent outbursts got him noticed and eventually won him his dream job. When bass player Glenn Matlock left the band, McLaren chose Sid as his replacement.
Sid was the most perfect choice to move into that part. I mean, as much as he really couldn't play anything. But hey, listen, didn't matter, did it? It was all about the image.
Becoming a Sex Pistol, well, I mean, it's probably a dream come true in a way. You know, from being their #1 fan, he was now in the band.
There was no question you couldn't take your eyes off him. He shone so much more brightly than anyone else. When he ever boarded the stage, the audience would always squeeze themselves all over to the left side, because all they wanted to do was be as close as possible to Sid. And Sid would spend sometimes half the show constantly talking to them.
Within months of joining the band, Sid had become the main attraction, turning his stage act into a bloody sideshow.
And just remember at one point him sitting on the bar and he was just covered in blood. I think he'd just broken the bottle and he just started slashing himself.
I used to sort of like put cigarettes on my arm and watch them burn down, and I used to slash that open. You know, I used to rip Coke cans in half to get the jagged edge so you could get a real nice cut and stuff. And I'd never seen Sid doing any of that until he'd seen me doing it.
Charles Wells is a juvenile psychologist who studied Sid's life.
People in the audience would look at him horrified. What kind of person would do this? And their response feeds his sense of self as being different, as being special. He's focused his energies and his efforts on creating an identity, one which doesn't seem to be true to who he perhaps really was. He's trapped by this, because in the end, it's what people want to see. They don't see who you really are.
The quiet, shy John Simon Ritchie had transformed himself into the ultimate punk icon, Sid Vicious. Sid has 17 hours left to live. He's out on bail expecting a hero's welcome. But McLaren, who's organised Sid's release, isn't there to meet him. He's in London, being sued by John Lydon for control of the Sex Pistols.
I regret not having been there, but, you know, I had a bloody huge court case mounting on my head at the same time. And you couldn't be in both places at once. It was really hard.
In fact, as Sid walks free, he's met by just his mum, Anne, and an old friend, Peter Kodik.
I recall that moment so well because I think now, when I look back on it, I would preferred him to stay in Riker's Island.
Sid's had a crippling heroin addiction for a year now. In prison, he was denied access to the drug. Now, he's only got one thing on his mind.
Walking down the street is like, I think, Sid kept saying, did you get it? Did you get it, Mom? Did you get it? Yeah. Yes, Sid, you know? Okay. Walk, faster, faster.
Sid is anxious to get to his mother's hotel, a few blocks from the courthouse. Just before his release, his mum told the papers that what Sid was looking forward to the most was a giant ice cream. But in a bizarre act of motherly love, she's bought her son what he really wants: heroin. It's only an hour since Sid was released on bail with a murder charge hanging over his head. In 16 hours, he'll kill himself. Or that's how the story goes. But according to one eyewitness, Sid didn't kill himself. He was killed by someone else. Sid Vicious has 16 hours left to live. He's been released on bail accused of murdering his girlfriend, Nancy Spungen. Sid's body is clean of drugs for the first time in years, but not for long. Sid's with his mum and a friend, Peter Kodik. His mum's bought him heroin he's now desperate to inject.
He was released into the custody of his mother, who then, goes out and buys drugs for her son. You know, it's unbelievable to me that that would have happened.
Because of heroin as being an addictive substance, in some ways it keeps Sid in the relationship with his mother and perhaps prevents him from truly separating and achieving independence.
For as long as they can both remember, Sid and his mum have taken drugs together. Soon those drugs will kill her only son. Sid Vicious was born in South London on May the 27th, 1957. His father left home when he was 2 years old. In his absence, Sid forged a strong bond with his mother. She was more of a friend than a parent, and she came to dominate Sid's life.
She was poor, and she had a kid. So it wasn't even like she was a single working mother. It was just Sid and Ann, you know? And she was kind of a hippie or a beatnik, I suppose. Free spirit.
Sid's mum led a chaotic life, moving from place to place and doing whatever she had to survive.
And then she moved to Ibiza, Spain for a little while and took Sid with her.
Because she'd been part of the hippie movement back home in England, she would charge sailors to roll joints. That was her way of kind of hustling a couple of quid to keep the kid in a slightly better life.
One of the possible consequences is a gay finding it difficult to develop a clear identity. And if a young person has never stayed in a place long enough to establish long enough relationships with peers, then they will miss out on that, and it will be perhaps more difficult for them to say, you know, who am I?
She heard a rumor from a friend of hers that if you were heroin dependent or drug dependent, you could get a free flat. You could be moved up the housing list in like no time. So she just literally said she was heroin dependent and she got this flat. Of course, the downside to that is you're living in a world surrounded by heroin dependent people.
By the time Sid was 7, his mum was addicted to heroin.
I visited his house where his mother lived. His mother was a dope dealer. It was quite clear. She was always in the kitchen cooking up something or other.
It would have been a very obvious and regular sight to come home and find Mum flaked across 2 mattresses with a syringe in one arm.
I mean, my first memory of him is sort of like people emptying pills into his hands and him just shoving it in his mouth and then asking what the pills were.
Seeing his mother using a needle encouraged teenage Sid to experiment.
Some people are taking speed or amphetamine sulfate, and some people are experimenting with it. And because Mum's got things like old metal syringes that you've got to boil, wash, and you can use 100 or 1,000 times, he's turning up and going, actually, man, you get a better kick out of it if you inject it.
Well, I'd take mass amounts of anything. It's take downers, speeds, dexes, bombers, blues, amphetamine sulfate, which was, of course, the drug of choice of all punks and everything, and we all used to take loads of that. Anything that would be stuck in front of him, Sid would inject. That's what I said. I mean, you know, it could be Tuinol, it could be speeds, cocaine, heroin. The more things, the better, really.
Some images that are completely burned on my memory forever from that period, and one of them is Anne's boyfriend selling Sid drugs, heroin, literally in front of me. And I thought, you know, that was it as far as I was concerned. I mean, there was no clearer picture of what it was all about.
By his own admission, Sid injected speed up to 14 times a day.
It's highly significant that his mother was a heroin addict in the past. The adults in a child's relationship act as models. And for instance, in a home where there is a lot of open drug use, then this would become normal for that child.
Despite the unconventional upbringing, Sid and his mother were very close. But her inability to say no to her son would end in tragedy. Sid has 13 hours left to live. He arrives at his mother's hotel, eager to take the heroin she bought for him.
He's back out, faced with things he was faced with before. Often addicts talk about their drug as their best friend, their lover.
Sid and his mum know he's taking a massive risk injecting a large dose of heroin, especially now his body's clean.
One could see his mother supplying him with drugs as an act of care. Perhaps she recognized the pain he was in psychologically and emotionally and was doing what she could to take the pain away. There is association with happier times in his life, the times that he's used with his lover Nancy. And there could even be a recreation of that in using it with other people who he counts as his close friends and his family.
Michael Baden is a heroin expert and the coroner who carried out the autopsy on Sid's body.
In 55 days, he wouldn't have had any tolerance left, and he would have had to have started off at a low dose of heroin. It's very common for people who have been addicted to heroin who go to jail. If they're not careful on their first dose, they can die.
What had been sold to her was absolute rubbish.
I'm sorry, Simon.
It's rubbish.
I'm sorry, Simon.
Sorry? You think I want to hear sorry? Shut up.
Which left him even more disappointed and even more angry. Everything that he was waiting for, this big hit that he was waiting for after he got out of the court, wasn't going to happen.
Peter, you know how I like your photography?
Desperate for a fix, Sid turns to his friend, Peter Kodik.
Sort me out, yeah? Peter?
As a rock photographer, Kodik knows the New York drug scene, and Sid knows he can be relied upon to source high-grade heroin, paid for by his mum.
That's what I want to hear. Brilliant.
I said I'd see what I could do, and I'd see him later on that evening. She probably must have given me, say, between, let's say, $100, $150.
Kodik leaves to score the heroin Sid craves. Sid waits with his mother. Even though she now seems happy to supply her son with the drug, she wasn't the one who got him hooked. For that, Sid can thank the other woman in his life, Nancy. Two years earlier, and just weeks after joining the Sex Pistols, Sid's notorious antics have put him at the forefront of punk. One night, he ended up crashed out on the floor with his mate Johnny Rotten and an American groupie called Nancy Spungen.
She rolled over to John and tried to fuck him. And I think he wasn't cooperative. And so she rolled the other way, and Sid was. And I think that was it, really. Sid lost his virginity to Nancy. As a second choice, I have to say.
Nancy had come to London on a mission to bed a Sex Pistol, and now she'd got one, she wasn't going to let him go.
Hey, do you want to make a pornographic movie? Give us £100.
Sid was very immature, he was very insecure, and she was ideal for him, you know, because he was one saying that you're the star, you're the star. And which, you know, when you're insecure, is what you need.
Sid was like really shining out, and John was being like nothing. You know, he just wasn't giving it anymore.
Once more, Sid had put his trust in a habitual drug user. Nancy had been a heroin addict from the age of 14.
I think she just had one thing on her mind all the time. It was like where her next fix was coming from, more than anything else.
Sid had been injecting speed with his mum for years. Within days of meeting Nancy, he took heroin for the first time.
Nancy's influence was twofold. One was that she told him he was great, and second, she told him that he's even better when you take smack.
The
heroin took a hold. Yes, that sort of changed his personality, as obviously it would. And he took to it, unfortunately, like a duck to water.
One might imagine that in that relationship, he was able to find acceptance of himself as a man, perhaps. And this would, of course, increase his level of attachment and devotion to her.
Nancy would sort of say to Sid, well, you know, I'll have this, but, you know, you can't handle that much, you know, that kind of thing. So he'd be like, yes, I can.
Sid, damn you!
Within a month, Sid was hooked and using heroin every day.
It wasn't anything I could do, but to see it happening, it was like seeing somebody come down with a fatal disease in front of your eyes.
Sid had finally broken his dependency on his mother and replaced her with Nancy. But with Nancy came heroin, the drug that would eventually kill him.
What was the next question? What was that question again?
It's early evening. Sid Vicious has 9 hours left to live. Sid and his mum Anne take a cab across New York to a small apartment in Greenwich Village, where she's arranged a party to celebrate his first day of freedom.
So what was it like in there, man? Rikers, how was it?
The apartment is owned by Michelle Robinson, 22-year-old actress. Sid started sleeping with Michelle shortly after Nancy's death. She was one of the last people to spend time with Sid before he was detained at Rikers Island.
I'll tell you what, you'd be popular in
Also at the party is Eileen Polk, a New York punk who's a friend of Sid's mum.
What do you do next, then? We were all in the bedroom when the party started out. He was hopeful in the early part of the day that he'd be acquitted and he'd be able to be playing music again, put a band together. With Sid and Ann, it wasn't like mother and son. It was like they were partners in whatever crime, the hell they were creating, whatever it was. She was his friend more than his mother. She cared about him a lot and took care of him when she could, like a mother. But she was considered one of the gang.
At 8 p.m., while Peter Kodik searches the streets for heroin, Anne cooks her son's favourite meal, spaghetti bolognese. Sid had been in good form all afternoon.
He had been so positive. While we were cooking dinner, he was trying on clothes, playing air guitar, jumping around. It was like the Sid that I knew was always there deep inside, but circumstances made it hard for that good-humored person to come out, especially in the recent past.
One of the things in treating depressed people that you always watch for, because if you see that their mood suddenly starts to get better, one of the things you have to be very suspicious of is that they haven't decided that they're really going to kill themselves, because their mood usually picks up when they do. They're no longer in confusion and in conflict.
But around midnight, Peter Kodik and a friend arrive at the party.
The atmosphere changed. The atmosphere of the party changed.
Peter, you naughty little girl.
Kodik has kept his promise and scored. Sid can finally take the high-quality heroin he's been craving all day. Just a year earlier, and Sid's escalating drug use was taking its toll. The Sex Pistols were beginning to fall apart, and everyone blamed Nancy.
I'd have everyone coming up to me and going, that bitch, that slag, why the hell didn't she fuck off? She was a hooker, she was a drug addict, she was the worst possible influence for Sid. And then Sid would come and say, she's great, she's really beautiful.
In a botched attempt to get Sid off drugs, Malcolm McLaren sent the band on tour.
This is how unscheming Malcolm was. Malcolm felt that Sid was taking smack because the band weren't gigging, and so he was just bored and he was frustrated. So Malcolm thought we have to get some gigs for the band, so he sent them to Holland. To keep Sid off smack, you send him to Holland, which is the most dumb thing you can do.
Well, it's always difficult to cope with people who are heroin addicts, particularly if you're not and you don't have a lot of experience in that world.
He was good at sort of like promoting the controversy. I think that was it, but I don't think in any other area he knew what he was doing. He might have thought he wanted to be a rock and roll manager, but he certainly wasn't acting like one.
There was nothing fatherly about me. I was very much a Machiavellian, mischievous kid myself. I was not the obvious manager. I mean, the record industry was terrified of me as a manager because I actually adored mismanaging. We tried to cold turkey him in Holland.
Every night, people had to be with Sid all the time to stop people giving him smack. And it was something you really dreaded, because he'd be, you know, he'd like become petulant, he'd get stroppy like smack addicts do when they can't get their fix.
We would not allow him to go to the toilet without a roadie present. Boogie, another roadie, had to smash the door in, only to see Sid sitting on the toilet saying, "You can't even have a shit in peace."
He went from having that very charming naivety to being a right pain in the arse.
More often than not, Sid got his way and took more heroin. So when the band returned to London, McLaren came up with another plan. He'd remove the supplier, Nancy.
We beat up his girlfriend, Nancy, I have to be honest with you. Wrapped her up, threw her in the back of this car, and the roadie, Roden, I think it was. Job was to drive her straight to Heathrow and put her on the first flight back to the US.
It was Boogie, Sophie and me trying to hustle Nancy into a cab.
Soon the kidnap attempt ran into trouble.
She kind of managed to break open the back door of the car and roll out into the curb as a policeman came strolling by, and she was just screaming, "I've been kidnapped by the Sex Pistols! Help!"
McLaren's efforts were in vain. In January 1978, in a haze of heroin and bitter disputes, the Sex Pistols split. Sid and Nancy were now free to follow their path to oblivion.
The effect on Sid of the band splitting up was probably felt more deeply than, and more suddenly, more deeply than anybody else. On the night that this happened, Sid went off and OD'd. Sid was turning blue on a mattress on the floor, and I picked him up. I started walking him around the room, and he started to come back.
Sid Vicious has just 4 hours left to live. It's past midnight and Sid's been waiting to inject heroin all day. At last, Peter Kodik prepares his fix.
I knew this stuff was quite good because the person I got it from, I knew, and they said, you know, be a little bit careful because this is quite good stuff. So I knew it was quite strong, the heroin that had been picked up.
That's good, man. That'd be good.
I think I sort of opened the packet and show him what I got. I mean, you know, Sid's initial reaction would probably be, oh, well, I'll take the whole lot.
Beauty, you beauty. Go easy.
I said, no. This is, you know, this is good stuff I've been told is very strong. Be really careful. So, of course, you know, you tell anybody that, but they still do probably too much.
One can keep on taking drugs in order to get rid of the pain, to get rid of the memory. And this itself can lead to death, but that may not be the conscious intention of the individual.
It's a little bit of heaven for me.
Yeah. He was fine for, 10, 15 minutes. Then I think, he got up, he threw up.
There he is.
He went to the bathroom, threw up again. And sort of, I think, oblivious to it all. She got a little bit worried maybe when, Sid was throwing up, but she was used to that before. She'd probably seen Sid throw up a million times before.
Oh my God.
Make some tea.
Oh my God, no!
Shakur, make some tea, please.
My first thought was, oh, he's fallen asleep or something, but then I realized right away that he was overdosing. He started turning blue, and it was pretty scary.
Get up.
If somebody takes an overdose of heroin, he can manifest the effects of sleeping, of having fluid get in his lungs, even have froth coming out of his mouth.
Come on.
The heroin acts to depress the brain function. They can't breathe right.
Sid, come on. Come on, buddy. Sid, what's my name? What's my name? Talk to me, come on.
It was like, oh my God, he's, taking too much.
Sid, come on. Come on, buddy. Oh, please. Oh.
The basic thing was to keep him up, moving around, and not let him lapse in or fall asleep, or to keep him going, pump some liquids into him.
Come on. Sid, hold his head up, hold his head up.
I had a conversation with Anne in the living room where I said, look, we're about 3 blocks from St. Vincent's Hospital. Do you think we should do anything, bring him to the hospital? And she said, no, absolutely not. The press will find out, they'll make another circus out of it, and he'll go back to Rikers Island.
Anne's insane gamble with her son's life pays off, and finally Kodik manages to bring Sid round.
He's fine, just stand up.
He came out of it. And the first thing he said when he came out of it was, I'm sorry I scared you all.
Sid recovers quickly, but the party is over.
The overdose made me very nervous, and it wasn't what we had planned. We did not want to have a heroin party. I talked to Howie and Jerry only, and we said, let's get out of here.
Sid has barely survived a heroin overdose, but already he's thinking about his next hit.
What do you need?
Can you get me another hit?
After the Pistols split, Sid and Nancy became inseparable. She declared herself his manager. They moved to New York and set up home at the Chelsea Hotel. They filled their days taking heroin and hanging around at Manhattan's punk clubs.
When I first met Sid with Nancy at Revenge, they seemed happy. And then over the course of the next 6 weeks or so, you could see that he was not doing well. I'd see him out at CBGB's and he'd just be sitting there with his head hanging, and Nancy would be handing him one drink after another.
Then, just 48 days after moving to New York, Sid's world fell apart.
Sid's like, out of it. And then the next thing he woke up, when Nancy's dead on the bed with the flick knife that Sid had bought that day sticking out of her stomach. And he knew nothing about it.
Nancy was lying dead. The murder weapon, Sid's 5-inch flick knife. But Sid couldn't remember a thing. They'd been on a drug binge with random hangers-on, taking 2 in all, a barbiturate, methadone, Quaaludes, and heroin.
He may very well have been completely obliterated. He may even been unconscious at different points based on the amount of drugs he ingested. Not just heroin, there was 2 in all and other things that had been used and abused.
Sid claimed to have no idea whether he killed Nancy or not. From that moment, Sid spiraled into depression. Not knowing whether he murdered his girlfriend would haunt him for the rest of his short life. Sid Vicious has just 3 hours left to live. He's been charged with the murder of his girlfriend, Nancy Spungen, but claims he was so out of it, he doesn't know whether he killed her or not. It's the early hours of the morning in Michelle Robinson's apartment.
What do you need?
Sid has just survived an accidental heroin overdose, but now he wants to take more.
You get me another hit. No. You've had enough for now, buddy.
I told him that was it. There wasn't any more left, you know, because he kept, oh, where's the rest of it? Where's the rest of it? I want to do more. Sid, you've had too much, blah, blah, blah. You know, be careful. So he obviously knew I had some more, so I had to give him a little bit more. The second amount that I gave him wasn't that much.
Within 2 hours of his near-fatal overdose, Sid injects more heroin.
There was no frame. There were no goalposts. He never saw a red light. He only saw green. Danger wasn't something that he'd ever consider. And he never ever thought that his life was important.
This time, Sid takes a small amount. As the drug takes hold, he begins to talk. It's the last conversation Kodik will have with Sid.
You know, we spent like the last 2 hours, you know, talking about, you know, what he's going to do. You know, he was due to go up to record this album, which is going to finance all the lawyers' fees, etc. We talked a little bit about Nancy and stuff like that. Yeah, he was fine.
After checking on Sid, Kodik makes plans to leave the apartment.
What heroin there was left, I gave to his mother, and I said, look, as far as Sid knows, there's no heroin left, okay? It's all gone. Give him this in the morning. She's like, fine, fine, yes. Yeah, you promised, Beverly, you promised you want this. Yes, yes, I promise.
Kodik gives the leftover heroin to Sid's mum and leaves.
All I know is when I left the house at about 2 o'clock, he was fine.
Kodik is one of the last people to see Sid alive. His heroin intake is now being rationed, and he's making plans for the future. There's nothing to suggest that in less than 2 hours, he'll be dead. 4 days after being arrested for Nancy's murder, Sid was released on bail for the first time. In the days after Nancy's death, Sid was racked with guilt over what he might have done and sliding into a deep depression. His mother, Anne, and the Sex Pistols manager, Malcolm McLaren, became so concerned they asked forensic psychiatrist Dr. Steve Teach to assess Sid's state of mind.
It seemed he had a much longer depression going on from his childhood about kind of being treated second class by a society. He seemed to have no sense of purpose. The Sex Pistols had broken up and Nancy's death was overwhelming him. I mean, his coping strategy had been heroin.
The Sid Vicious tough guy persona was being tested to the limit. Facing a murder charge, the facade was falling apart, and more than ever, it seemed that Sid was capable of anything. Psychiatrist Steve Teach suggested that McLaren or his mother keep Sid under constant surveillance.
I recommended that they watch him, that one of the two people with him watch him all the time.
But they didn't.
The mother had gone off and scored dope for Sid around Union Square that night, 14th Street. It was easy to score dope in those days around that vicinity. And Sid had taken a light bulb from the toilet and had gashed his hands, you know? And his hands were sort of reaching out like this as we came through the door, and they were dripping. Both hands were just dripping with blood.
I got another call that he'd cut himself when I come back over to the hotel. So I went back over there, and indeed, he had slashed his arm lengthwise from his wrist all the way down to his elbow area. And they had it compressed so the bleeding was contained. That wasn't in danger, but it was quite clear that he was now at a different level.
It was clear that Sid was not stable. Also, his mother seemed to be having problems. She was bruised. They'd obviously been in a fight together. She just couldn't look after him, but maybe nobody could at that point. I'm not sure.
And so we talked and decided that had to put him in the hospital and called emergency medical services to come over.
In New York, if you call an ambulance immediately, along come the police. And in this instance, Sid being such a high-profile character, it was going to be a rough ride.
When he saw the police, he ran for the open window and grabbed him, just held him, and then the police came in. I think the cut wasn't a suicide attempt. I've seen people, particularly in prison when I was working there, that cut themselves, and the usual report is that they're in such pain they cut themselves essentially to let the pain out. And I think that was much more of what was going on there, but nonetheless it was dangerous.
Sid was taken immediately to the Bellevue Psychiatric Hospital. Steve Teach was deeply concerned about Sid's state of mind and recommended he received long-term psychiatric care. But that didn't happen. Sid refused to stay and was released from Bellevue. In the weeks that followed, Sid repeatedly gave interviews to the press where he spoke of his desire to kill himself. In one interview, he claimed he wanted to be 6 feet underground and be at peace with Nancy. Unsurprisingly, this led the world to think that Sid ultimately took his own life. It now appears that this was not the case. Sid Vicious now has just minutes left to live. The party at Michelle Robinson's apartment is over. Sid is in bed with Michelle while his mother, Anne, sleeps in the next room. Sid has somehow managed to get his hands on the heroin. What happens next has been a closely guarded secret for 27 years. Some have speculated that Sid committed suicide, but for the first time, Sergeant Richard Houseman of the New York Police Department reveals what he was told when he investigated Sid's death.
Michelle said she was in bed with him. They were engaged in lovemaking, and that he decided to get high. She didn't want to let him get high. So in the meantime, he started to cook the drug up and wanted her to inject it into him. And she said no, she wouldn't do that.
Let's help me out a bit, will you? Come on.
I can't do it.
Why not? You can do it.
No, I won't.
It just takes a second.
I just won't do it. Okay, fine.
Yeah?
Yep.
Unable to cope with Sid's demands, Michelle leaves the room.
She came back out here into the front room, and then the mother, she told the mother what had happened, and the mother then said, well, I'll go in and see him. So the mother went in.
Sid's mother died of an overdose in 1996, but before she died, she made a remarkable confession to journalist Alan Parker. Faced with Sergeant Houseman's testimony, Parker has agreed to reveal her secret.
Anne told Michelle to wait in the living room while she went to speak to her son. Because he'd OD'd, he was in a very sweaty, shaky, horrible state, and he couldn't reapply the tourniquet, fill a syringe, or inject himself again. So she did. She reapplied the tourniquet, and she filled the syringe, and she re-injected him. And being a heroin addict herself, she knew exactly what to put inside that syringe that basically would have been enough drugs to kill 2 people, never mind 1.
With Sid's mother dead, we'll never know the precise motive for her actions on that day. But Parker believes she deliberately killed her own son as an act of mercy. In spite of the confidence of his lawyers, she knew Sid was terrified he might be sent back to Riker's, and so she took matters into her own hands.
And I only believe she did what she did because there was still that tingling thing at the back of her mind and at the back of his mind that he might not get off and he might end up being in prison for 20-odd years.
Michelle Robinson was outside the room, so there were no witnesses to Anne's actions, and the authorities were unable to prosecute. With Sid dead, the case of Nancy's murder was closed. For the New York police, Sid was the only suspect.
It's a difficult thing to have to come to terms with because, you know, I was part and parcel of supplying him with something which probably was responsible for killing him off.
If I regret anything, I regret not having been there.
Sid was a child, you know, he never grew up and never really had the chance to.
Marvin Gaye was a superstar, a Motown legend.
He was the prince of Motown. He was truly that kind of a person.
He had that kind of charisma where the ladies just loved him.
But the smooth exterior and golden voice hid another very different Marvin Gaye. Paranoid, suicidal, addicted to cocaine.
When he was good, he was really, really good, and when he was bad, he just wanted to get the hell out of the way.
In 24 hours, a lifelong family feud would finally come to an end. Marvin will be dead, shot by his father. March 31st, 1984. Marvin Gaye is one of the most successful recording artists in the world. After a grueling year-long tour, he's retreated to his parents' house in LA. In less than 24 hours, he'll be dead. For the past 6 months, Marvin has been struggling with a growing depression.
There came a time when he just put on a bathrobe and was just there in the house. He just never left.
It was crazy, dog. Hey, man, what's up? How you doing? Hey, come on, Marvin. Come on in, dog. Hey, what's...
Marvin Gaye is addicted to cocaine. Since moving in with his parents, his use has increased steadily. It's caused tension with his father, having junkies and dealers constantly coming to the house.
What's been up?
When Marvin came back to LA, he just wanted to be left alone, but everybody came out of the woodwork. So there was constant traffic at the house, day and night.
Is that a fact? You know, yeah, we can party here. Yeah?
Any normal household doesn't have 20 or 30 people coming and going all day long, every day. And it gets old very quick, and Father was just tired of it.
I know she was all over.
It was a little too much activity for him. He liked to remain peaceful in his room without any activity going on around him.
Marvin and his father have been locked in a power struggle since he was a child. But now Marvin is the breadwinner. He bought the family home in LA, a fact his father resents.
There's a struggle between who was going to be the head of that family. And theories, life and religion and everything else, and all the blow and everything that's going on there in his house, as father would think, I guess, which it was, I guess.
The one person who's always held the family together is Marvin's mother. She has her own bedroom between her husband and her son.
I think the deal that Marvin had was he started putting his mother in the middle of it because, you know, I can't fight you back there, but I can get mama for you, and she loved him to death. And he basically used his mama, you know, against his daddy.
Marvin's mom, in many ways, was a peacemaker and a negotiator and a referee and a nurturer. I think that she was his anchor. I think that she was the one place that he felt love.
My father always knew there was a closeness between Marvin and his wife. He always knew that.
Marvin's father is jealous of their relationship and his son's success.
They were like in two different worlds. They didn't acknowledge each other. I've never seen such a strained relationship between two people. You could kind of feel the vitriol.
You know, there seemed to be some love there, but they were always in conflict. They were always seemingly in conflict.
In 22 hours, the bitter hatred between father and son will explode in violence. "45 years before, in Washington, D.C., Marvin Pence Gaye was born, the second of 4 children, the son of a preacher.
My father was a very strict man. He believed in discipline, very much so. And being a minister in a church, and you know what people say about preachers' children, sometimes they are the worst. I've heard that all my life. So he was determined we were not going to be the worst.
He just wanted the perfect family. And everything had to run the way that father wanted it because he had this dream of, you know, the perfect family.
Marvin's father enforced his will through violence.
We were punished, and Marvin received more punishment than the rest of us because he was a maverick. I always called him that. Even as a child, he did things differently.
Marvin would test father. Frankie would tell me Marvin would test father a lot.
The power struggle that they had actually was, in many ways, a way that Marvin sought approval and acceptance from his dad.
Instead of using compassion, softness, tenderness, then he began to dictate and dominate. And he became a force, a power in his family, which turned his children.
From age 7, Marvin suffered routine whippings. He also had to endure the shame of having a father who wore women's clothing.
His father was not only a cross-dresser, but he was a very flamboyant and out there cross-dresser.
He'd have his little, you know, ladies' slippers on, pumps, and, you know, slide around and sandal things and waltz around. He was proud of it, so he didn't care.
Neighbors knew about Marvin's father. Kids called him names, sissy and homosexual.
The image of his dad as a preacher, this powerful, cross-dressing, church front preacher who would come home and wear his wife's clothes. The shame that imposed upon Marvin.
Marvin's childhood was a daily torment, full of pain and confusion. His salvation was music. At age 5, Marvin began singing gospel. His voice won him instant praise.
People were amazed at his voice. He loved all the attention he was getting. All the nice things they were saying to my mother and father. Where did this boy get such a beautiful voice?
Marvin's voice was his ticket out of his father's house. By his late teens, Marvin was singing for money. His father was furious. To him, it was the devil's music.
He did not sanction his son going into the secular world. And that was one of the things that hurt him so bad. He was permitted to do it or to venture into that field by his mother.
She supported him. She encouraged him. And I think that is one of the primary reasons that she was so important in his life. She symbolized for him what it would be like, unconditional love.
Resented by his father, indulged by his mother, this dynamic would define Marvin Gaye's life. But it was his father's ominous threat that would end it.
My father has always taught us, even from children, that we don't talk back, number one, and we certainly don't act as though we want to do any harm, number two. And he's always said if we did anything, to raise our voices at him in that manner or to strike, that he brought us in this world, he can take us out. He used to tell us that we were little kids.
The children knew to take his threat seriously. And on the last day of Marvin Gaye's life, his father would prove himself a man of his word. Los Angeles, California. It's late afternoon. Soul superstar Marvin Gaye has just 18 hours to live. He's staying with his parents, a father who beat him as a child and a mother who's always been his strongest support.
Marvin and his mother had a wonderful relationship. They were really close and, you know, shared a lot of things together, and they loved to laugh together. You could walk, you know, down the hall in the house and you would hear laughter coming from the bedroom. And they had a good time together.
But there was always tension in the house.
It doesn't take much for things to erupt, you know that. So that particular day, of course, was a day that my father had been drinking. And there was an argument with my mother over some business papers.
Unpaid taxes and 2 divorces have forced Marvin to sell off his properties. Gaye Sr. is worried his home might be in jeopardy.
There was just a lot of everything folding. The studio's gone, you know, the Hidden Hills is going, this is going, that's going, it's all gone. What else is gonna go? And I think there might have been in the back of Father's mind. Plus, him just trying to make sure that his son knew that he was a failure, no matter how famous he was.
Look at that!
Mother! Knowing my father, he probably raised his voice at my mother. I don't think Marvin would have intervened if he didn't think he had to protect my mother from something.
Hey, who do you think? What are you talking about? What are you looking at?
Knowing Marvin, he probably told him not to talk to his mother that way. And knowing my father, he probably told him to stay out of it. And knowing Marvin again, he probably stayed in it.
Listen, look, don't you ever... Get out. Get out.
Marvin, please don't speak to the father.
Marvin's reliance on cocaine is making him edgy, volatile, and paranoid. He's convinced someone is trying to kill him.
He had a .38 pistol in his pocket at all times, loaded. I told him about how worried I was. In fact, he was doing these drugs and he never came out of the house. And he was walking around with this loaded pistol. And I said, I'm really worried about this. He said, oh, Dave, you don't have to be worried.
But there's good reason to worry. the house is stockpiled with weapons. When Marvin moved back home 6 months ago, he gave a gun to his father.
You know, one of the biggest ironies is that Marvin thought he was being chased and followed and pursued, and someone was looking to kill him. So he gave his father a gun so his father might shoot the person looking to kill Marvin.
It was a fateful decision. Marvin had put the gun in the hand of his killer. "23 years before, Motown, the music industry machine that would soon churn out a dizzying number of hits, was just finding its feet. In 1960, Motown was the only record label that gave black artists a shot at becoming superstars. Marvin Gaye was chasing that dream.
He was a drummer, and he hung around the studio, and he was looking to get noticed, and the competition was keen. His initial struggle at Motown was to get people to pay attention to him.
Marvin's boyish good looks caught the public's eye. His velvet voice made them listen. In just over a year, he had a hit song, Stubborn Kind of Fellow. Gaye was making a name for himself, but with the spotlight came hurtful rumors.
They came to my dressing room and said, "You have a call backstage." And I went to the phone, and when I got there, they said, "Did you know that Marvin was gay?" I just hung up the phone because I got upset about it. But people teased him about the G-A-Y.
Marvin wasn't gay, but questions about his sexuality brought back the shame he felt as a child, as the son of a cross-dresser. Before going on tour, Gaye added an E to the end of his name. But on stage, there was no confusion. To his female fans, Marvin Gaye was a sex symbol.
I remember on one of the Motown reviews, the fans went crazy. And I'm walking down this big hallway, and I hear somebody say, Kim Weston, Kim Weston. Oh, man, am I glad to see you. And I look around and hear Marvin hiding in the doorway. And I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "They're everywhere." All the girls were after him, so he's gonna walk with me to find out where I was going. As soon as we walked out the door, there was a bunch of them. He said, "Oh, there he is." And he just didn't know what to do. He tried to run, but they got him. So I walked onto the bus. I said, "I think you all better go rescue Marvin," because they got him back there.
Marvin had his pick of admirers. In 1963, he chose Anna Gordy, sister of Motown head Berry Gordy. She was 17 years older than him.
There was a mother image there, and I think he saw things in her that he may have desired his mother to have, because his mother was very passive, and Anna was, she was out there.
Anna was more than a mother figure. She was a powerful woman who could help his career.
Like everything else in Marvin's life, I think Marvin's relationship to Anna was really complicated. I think they loved each other deeply, but she was a Gordy, and he saw in her a way to climb the ladder of success and give him a head start on everybody else.
Soon, Marvin got top billing and became one of Motown's biggest names. He had a unique style. It was so unusual that his recording of I Heard It Through the Grapevine was initially shelved.
It was so different, we just could not picture it in the top 10. We knew it was good, it was super good, but it was just way too different. And so finally they decided to recut the song on Gladys Knight and the Pips.
I Heard It Through the Grapevine was a hit for Gladys Knight and the Pips. The song's success convinced Motown to release Marvin's version in 1968. It immediately outsold Gladys Knight's and became Motown's biggest single ever, selling nearly 4 million copies.
What it did for Marvin was it gave him clout, and it set him up for his next move, which was, I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm not going to be produced by anybody else. I'm going to write this suite of songs that pays no attention to what they're playing on the radio these days. I'm going to become an artist with a capital A, and that means my first allegiance is to my art and not to commerce and not to making Mr. Gordy happy or anybody else happy, that I have to make my own sort of personal muse happy, and I have to answer to God, not to the Motown Corporation. So Heard It Through the Grapevine was the key that unlocked the door to Marvin's independence.
The success of Grapevine freed Marvin of the controlling influence of Berry Gordy and allowed him to record the songs that would make him a superstar. Evening has fallen on Los Angeles. Marvin Gaye has just 15 hours to live. He is staying with his parents in LA, where he spent the afternoon in a bitter argument with his domineering father. Marvin is addicted to cocaine. In his paranoid delusions, he believes someone is trying to kill him. For protection, he stocked the house with guns, but now fears his brother, who lives next door, wants to harm him.
Where's my gun? What do you need a gun for? What do you mean I need a gun? People are after me. You don't need a gun. I need a gun. Come on, Marvin.
Frankie said, Marvin, you don't need a gun. And he goes, oh, even you've turned against me, now I can't trust you.
Calm down.
I knew where the gun was, so I went and got it. And I made sure there were no bullets in it. And I gave Frankie the gun. And because I saw how upset Marvin was getting.
Give me my gun.
And he took the gun from Frankie.
No, you got what you want.
And he checked, and there were no bullets. So he got really upset because he wouldn't help him. And then he walked out the door. And before he slammed it, he just said, even you're not my friend anymore. You've turned against me. He just slammed the door and went down the steps.
The hell with you. You are not my brother.
Desperate, Frankie calls their friend Dave Simmons to come up with a plan to help Marvin.
Dave, hey, it's Frankie. Listen, man. We were just determined to do something. We had no idea what we were going to do exactly, whether we had to actually physically restrain him. We had no idea where we were going to try to take him to. But we just knew that we had to do something.
Frankie was just like, you know, what have I done wrong? You know, I'm just trying to protect him. Frankie knew what state of mind he was in and how he was just being tormented inside and was totally miserable, and he just didn't want to see him get in more trouble.
He was crazy. He had gotten really just gone really crazy, you know. And the way Frankie described the way he looked physically, you know, he said he was just, had his coat all buttoned, kind of crazy, and he was just out of it, gone, you know.
Dave and Frankie are convinced Marvin needs treatment.
Marvin had told my mother he was going to go to a hospital and dry himself out. And she was holding him to that promise. And he was gearing up towards it, too. So he never went, but he was going to.
In reality, Marvin's cocaine abuse is getting worse. In the last few years, he'd started freebasing. The drug was killing him slowly.
It was crazy because it destroyed him, basically, because, you know, most of the membranes in his nose were gone. It had burned out. And, you know, I don't know. I know, you know, he always smoked. But that was nothing, you know, just smoke. But then I think he probably smoked less and just did more cocaine. Just got to the point where it just took over everything, and you know, he was just not himself at all, you know.
Many black people have a very high tolerance for discomfort. They believe that, you know, we feel bad all the time, and that's just the way it is for us, and we'll deal with it. So I'm not surprised at all that Marvin Gaye never sought treatment, because I think that he believed that he should be able to do this on his own.
In the final hours of his life, Marvin was a slave to his addiction and at war with his father. The deadly combination of drugs and conflict would soon end his life. "14 years earlier, the Vietnam War was at its height, and Marvin Gaye was about to hit his peak. With the success of I Heard It Through the Grapevine, Marvin had won creative control over his next album.
Marvin had a lot of talent and a lot of creativity, and he had more ability than most of the producers that were there at the time.
Marvin took inspiration from the Vietnam War to write one of the most successful concept albums of all time. What's Going On was a tribute to his brother Frankie, who fought in the war.
What's Going On, Marvin dedicated to Frankie because of all his stories. He gave him the inspiration to write that album.
It was a masterpiece. With What's Going On, Marvin resurrected deeply held spiritual beliefs. He was delivering a message about poverty, racism, and war.
Marvin was the type of man who carried the world on his shoulders. Everything affected him. He felt he wanted to do something about it, and the only way he could do anything about it, he thought, was through music.
Marvin wanted his music to matter, that he would be the voice of someone that would inspire social change.
But Motown was about upbeat dance music. Berry Gordy hated What's Going On. He refused to release it.
Berry Gordy's reaction was one of how would a Marvin Gaye fan relate to this?
Marvin came to my hotel room after I left Motown, and he told me, he says, "Kim," he says, "I recorded the best album I've ever done, and nobody likes it. Not my wife, not Berry Gordy, nobody likes it." And I said, "Marvin, do you like it?" He says, "It's the best thing I've ever done."
Marvin swore he'd never record another song unless Motown released What's Going On. They did in 1971. It was an immediate sensation. 500,000 copies sold in the first day.
Tonight, I'm so proud to have the greatest singer in the world in the auditorium tonight. It's Marvin Gaye.
The next year, Marvin made a triumphant return home. Washington, D.C. proclaimed May 1st Marvin Gaye Day. It gave Marvin something he'd never had before, the respect and admiration of his father.
To be hugged by his father in public, oh yes. That was a wonderful thing for my father to walk up to him and say, "Son, I'm so proud of you. This is wonderful. You have really caused me to be very proud of you." And so that was a good thing. Very good.
I wasn't there for Marvin Gaye Day in 1972, but I have a feeling it was, he talked about it a lot, and I think it was a big deal. I think it was like a little happy moment, actually. One of these Polaroid pictures where Mommy and Daddy and Marvin were reunited, and I think it was sweet.
Everyone in the community came, and it was a big deal, and then Wham, and people in Motown and others that may not have known Marvin's family that well saw, and I think they were in the public's eye, and so I think he wanted to do the right thing, and I think he really, just had a change of heart. He was going to give it his good shot. He was going to do his part if Dad would do his part.
I think it's one of those snapshots out of his life of perhaps what could have been had there been true harmony between Mom, Dad, and Marvin, had there been some kind of reconciliation, had there been some kind of deep understanding. On that day, it was okay. But that day was a very isolated day and a very extraordinary day, and a day not at all typical.
Tragically, this was a fleeting moment of happiness. Father and son would never find a lasting peace. The years of conflict and violence had left scars too deep to heal. It's early morning in LA. Marvin Gaye has less than 4 hours to live. Yesterday's argument over money has been simmering since last night.
Good morning, Mother Gaye.
Good morning.
Marvin's sister-in-law brings breakfast for his mother. She tells her to give it to Marvin. Even this small act of favoritism is seen as an insult by Marvin's father.
You could just tell. You could tell when Father's mom, just by the glare down the hallway. He was upset that Mother didn't say, give Father the breakfast instead of give Marvin the breakfast. Because I believe Father built up a jealousy over Marvin and Mother's relationship because she paid so much attention to Marvin.
Marvin was her baby, and you know, if there was any choice between the two, it would always be Marvin. And you know, he loved her so much, and if there was any animosity or jealousy, it would have been on the father's part, because I don't think Marvin felt that you know, she favored the father over him at any time.
As she sets down the breakfast, Marvin's sister-in-law notices he's in a bad way.
Marvin didn't look well. He looked absolutely wiped out. He looked like he hadn't slept for days. He just looked tired. It was almost like he just wanted to give up.
Okay, well, make sure you have some later, okay? It'll make you feel better.
In fact, over the last few weeks, those who knew him well believed Marvin was contemplating suicide.
He had a desire not to live. And so when I think of it in terms of the uses of drugs and everything, he was basically trying to take himself out. But he was a very strong individual.
As he wakes, Marvin is in pain physically and mentally. He's exhausted, his body wrecked by years of drug abuse. He was a man looking for a way out. Ten years earlier, Marvin was at the top of his game. What's Going On had secured his place among the greats of soul music. With his career on track, he tried to make a fresh start with his family. He moved to Hollywood and bought his parents a house in LA. But his success failed to bring the Gaye family closer together.
Once we moved into what we call the big house on Gramercy, things started deteriorating, I would say. I noticed that my father was becoming more and more recluse, which meant he didn't want to go anywhere or do anything. And it was my mother who was going places and doing things. My mother would accompany my brother on his tours. But it's not that he never asked my father. He would always ask him, and he would always say no.
Marvin's father still frowned on his son's career, even though he lived off his royalties.
His father withheld the approval to his son to the point of destroying him. Unfortunately, I beg to differ on father. I think he was very, very poisoned by negativity, and it was important to him to play takeaway with people that wanted something from him. And Marvin really wanted it from him. He hated him. He loved him at the same time. You know, it's just, he didn't want any acknowledgement from him. Then he really wanted everything from him. So it was just like, it just became a curse on Marvin, you know? And it just drove him into everything in his life like that. His music, his relationships, his kids, everything.
Marvin pulled away from his father again and immersed himself in the LA music scene.
L.A. in the 1970s had this kind of coke plague, where everybody was tooting and rooting and going crazy with cocaine, and particularly in the music world.
It wasn't long before Marvin was addicted to cocaine.
I saw it increase. First, it was just a little bit here and there if there were parties or this and that. It became just off the hook. Eating it, smoking it, any kind of way you can take it. It made him real nervous and uptight and paranoid. All the symptoms of that type of a drug,
Marvin's marriage to Anna Gordy fell apart, and he hooked up with 16-year-old Janice Hunter.
She was this absolutely gorgeous teenager.
They met while Marvin was recording Let's Get It On, his tribute to sexual freedom. She became his second wife, and Marvin set about creating his ideal woman.
I think he saw in Jan a way to mold a woman, take this teenager and turn her into what he thought a woman should be.
Marvin's ideal woman was his mother, but it was an image no one could live up to.
I believe that he held her up as a standard by which he gauged the morality, the ability to commit, the perseverance, the charm, the grace that his mom had. And then he, in turn, created a self-fulfilling prophecy that, nobody's going to be able to do it for me.
As Janice failed to meet his expectations, their relationship blew apart. Infidelities led to jealousy and quickly turned to rage.
Well, I had to go underground with my sister for a week or two because he was threatening to kill her. Until he called one day and said, all right, it's over. I want to see my girl. And she went back to him, and, then they went on another vacation.
Marvin had this ability to shoot himself in the foot. Marvin had this ability, or this uncanny psychological mechanism which would undermine happiness. And he would figure out a way to complicate his life. He loved drama. He loved emotional drama. He went for pain. He found ways to hurt himself over and over and over again.
It's very common that addicts and alcoholics will sabotage their own success because it's a lot easier to kind of stay in the addiction and get applause for doing 50%. Whereas if you're supposed to have it together, the expectation is that you're going to do 100%.
With a constant supply of cocaine, Marvin was becoming the violent, controlling man who had tormented him as a child, his father. On his last day, Marvin and his father are locked in a power struggle, seething at opposite ends of the house. A lifetime of resentment will soon end in tragedy. It's late morning. Marvin Gaye has just 2 hours to live. Marvin is staying with his parents in LA. Addicted to cocaine, he's suffering paranoid delusions. He thinks someone wants to kill him. His father is fed up with his son's madness and drug use. When he can't find some important business papers, his anger explodes.
Mother!
When he storms into Marvin's room, another bitter quarrel erupts.
Mother, where are those papers?
Marvin, his whole life, was told what to do, not just by his father, but by Motown and everybody else. And when he came back home, things from the past just took a built up.
For the first time in his life, Marvin strikes his father.
And I'm sure Marvin may have pushed him. And when he fell, Marvin kicked him for what my mother said. And then he got up I went into his room.
I've warned you. You don't talk to me. You don't do. I'm sick.
Marvin's father leaves the room humiliated, all respect for his authority gone.
A lot of young men, they grow up in homes where they're under the thumb of an oppressive, critical parent who had convinced them all their lives that they weren't good enough. And so part of their growing up and coming into their own and being successful is an opportunity for them to say to the parent, screw you, I got the power now. See?
I knew in my heart that if my brother or any of us struck my father, that he would do something terrible. Because my father had always told us that he would if we ever did.
Five years earlier, ravaged by his cocaine addiction, Marvin's career had stalled and he was on the run from the taxman. Federal agents had seized his house in LA for failure to pay taxes, and he was living out of a van in Hawaii.
I'm trying to think of a good word to use for how he saw money. He was very free with it, for one thing. And he didn't take it truly serious. He didn't.
He wasn't a person that cared about money, so you couldn't lure him into doing this and doing that by mentioning some figure. It was just, he was a kind-hearted person.
He bought himself a Rolls Royce and bought himself a couple of houses and a place in Jamaica and never went to Jamaica. I mean, he just lived in chaos.
In Hawaii, Marvin was running from his problems. He was at war with everyone, his wife Janice, Motown, and the IRS.
That's where he fell into really great depression. And his cocaine habit worsened. You know, he was getting high all the time.
I guess the whole thing about Hawaii was just sort of like take the people that were into the same kind of sadness and self-destructiveness and do it for a while.
After 7 months, mounting debt forces Marvin Gaye back onto the stage. But a tour in Britain ended in scandal when Gaye skipped a concert and left Princess Margaret waiting for hours. Once again, Marvin went into hiding, this time in Belgium. Away from the pressures and temptations of LA, Marvin began to rally. In 1982, CBS paid $1.5 million to buy out his contract with Motown.
And it was in Ostend where Marvin began to recover and build up enough strength to make his sort of last comeback.
Marvin was off cocaine, but his failed relationships with women haunted him. Ritz visited him in Belgium, where he saw Gaye's apartment filled with sadomasochistic drawings.
I think he was tortured by the fact that he never had a good romantic female relationship. And I remember saying to Marvin, this is sick. What you really need is sexual healing. And he said, I love that idea. You know, just sort of write a poem about it. So I wrote these lyrics, and he immediately took them and put a melody to it.
Sexual Healing and the album Midnight Love became the first hits Marvin had had in 9 years, winning him 2 Grammys. But back in LA, he became hooked once again on cocaine. On his final concert tour, Marvin's addiction spiraled out of control. While millions of fans reveled in his performance, backstage, Marvin was self-destructing.
It was not an easy tour to keep control of, and it become pathetic because we had loved ones bringing in drugs, and couldn't keep it away from it.
I went to a couple of concerts, but I was not on the tour. I wouldn't even go close to it. It was crazy. He thought someone was trying to kill him.
Marvin insisted on having his brother beside him at all times as a decoy for his imagined killer. They looked so much alike. The cocaine was driving Marvin insane.
That is very consistent with heavy daily cocaine use. And actually, one of the number one reasons that we see addicts in a psychiatric unit is for a drug-induced psychosis.
It's the beginning of, I think, the most tortured part of his life, when he loses his mind. And out of his mind constructs a kind of a screenplay of his own death. And it all begins, I think, on this final tour.
As the tour ground on, Marvin began stripping down to his underwear while singing Sexual Healing.
And to me, it was very sad because it showed that he wasn't feeling the love that people were offering him. And he was feeling like an object. Ultimately, he didn't understand that he was deeply loved by his fans, deeply loved for who he was, this complicated character.
After the tour, a broken Marvin Gaye retreated to his parents' house. It was a fatal mistake.
He returned to the source of his psychological dilemma. And by now it's worse. It's exacerbated by his drug use, by his dad's alcoholism. There's no clarity.
Marvin Gaye has less than 1 hour to live. In a violent argument, Marvin has just struck his father for the first time in his life. Some believe he knew exactly what the consequence would be.
Kicking your father. Son, Marvin.
I told him if you keep bothering your father, he means it when he says, I brought you in this world, and if you ever get me out, I'll take you out.
After bringing breakfast to Marvin, his sister-in-law is back in her apartment next to the main house. Marvin's brother Frankie is with her. They're unaware of the fight going on next door.
Marvin, kicking.
By beating his father, some believe Marvin had found a way to end his life.
Marvin was really and truly, as he explained to me, in no uncertain terms, he didn't want to live.
Without explanation, he just shot him.
I heard the pops of the gun.
Frankie, I just heard a gunshot.
What shot? I didn't hear a thing.
No, I heard 2 gunshots like 2 seconds ago.
Are you sure?
And he said,
I'm
oh
sure
no,
you
that
didn't
was
hear
just a car on the freeway. It must have been. And I said, Frankie, it sounded like a gun to me. And he said, no, we live right next to the freeway, you know. She collapsed in my arms, and I'm asking her, what's wrong? What's wrong? And all that I could hear was shot. And I'm like, you're shot? And she said, no, father shot Marvin.
Marvin Gaye has been shot twice, once in the shoulder, once in the chest. One of the bullets has damaged several vital organs, and he's losing blood fast. Marvin's brother Frankie rushes into the house, but he's cautious, scared that his father may attack again. Marvin is conscious when Frankie finds him. He yells to Irene to call 911 and then waits with his brother for the paramedics to arrive. His father is still armed and in the house.
He was conscious when Frankie was holding him. But
Paramedics arrive in under 10 minutes, but they refuse to enter the house while Marvin's father and the gun are still inside.
Father? Father?
So I found Father. He was sitting on his bed.
Irene.
And I'm asking him, where did you put the gun, Father? And he was just sitting there, very calm. And he looked up at me and said,
What gun?
What gun? It was just like there was nobody home. And I said, the paramedics are here and they need to come in and they won't come until the gun is outside. Please tell me where the gun is. And he just bowed his head. I was going through his drawers and everything, looking for the gun. And I flipped his pillow and it was under his pillow.
Marvin is dying in his brother's arms. A full 20 minutes pass before paramedics can get to him.
If Marvin didn't die on the spot, he died on his way to the hospital.
I remember the one at the end of the stretcher asking me, did I know his name? And when I said, it's Marvin Gaye, he looked at me twice and he said, you don't mean the Marvin Gaye? And I said, yes, and he just started to cry.
You can't really describe the hurt and the pain. Because when you love someone, it's just a hurt that you cannot describe.
I remember coming out of a baseball game on that day, on April 1st, April Fool's Day, and hearing on the radio Marvin Gaye's, father has shot and killed Marvin. And I thought to myself, that's how he's going to do it. Oh my God. That's so Marvin. That's so perversely brilliant.
The official time of death is 1:01 p.m., April 1st, 1984. The next day, Marvin Gaye would have turned 45. Marvin Gaye Sr. pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and received a 5-year suspended sentence. His son remains one of the most influential musicians of his time. July 2nd, 1971, Paris. Jim Morrison is one of the most famous rock and roll singers in the world.
Quintessential American rock star. That's Jim Morrison.
Jim had them unholy screams from the other side of the universe.
He's also the ultimate sex symbol, the self-styled Lizard King.
At that time, he was the most beautiful man in Hollywood and probably anywhere else on the planet.
Every guy wanted to be him, and every girl wanted to go to bed with him.
But he's a superstar at war with his own dark demons.
He was saying, help me, help me. Nobody knew how to do it.
Jim had a darkness in his writing, a darkness in his life.
And soon, that darkness will finally consume him. This is the last 24 hours in the life of Jim Morrison. Paris, France, July 2nd, 1971. It's 5 a.m. and Jim Morrison is fast asleep. He's been in Paris for the last 4 months, living in a neighborhood known as the Marais. And in just 24 hours, he'll be dead. Morrison has sublet an apartment at 17 Rue Beautreillis. He currently shares it with Pamela Courson, who, for the last 5 years, has been his on-again, off-again girlfriend. Morrison has come here primarily to escape, both from the pressure of being a rock star and from the possibility of doing jail time in the US, where he's been charged with indecent exposure and public profanity. Jim Morrison is also in Paris in search of artistic inspiration.
So when he went to Paris, it was the idea of here is a new place, a place for artists, a place I can work on my poetry. I mean, what better place to write poetry than in Paris? And I can explore new avenues of my thinking and, in his mind, I think, get himself together.
Paris seems to have had a positive effect on Morrison. He looks healthier and happier than he has in years. But appearances are deceptive. Although he's only 27, years of drug and alcohol abuse have taken their toll. It's a far cry from 4 years earlier, in 1967, when a spry Jim Morrison, accompanied by his band The Doors, roared onto the music scene, determined to conquer the world. Their self-titled debut album was released and became the first of 7 consecutive gold albums recorded by the band. That first album reached #2 on the Billboard charts, putting The Doors in the same league as the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. Stylistically, The Doors were different from other bands in the California surf and folk rock scene. With their raunchy blues, they stuck out like a sore thumb, or more like a middle finger. The band's road manager was Vince Traynor.
You had to be there. It was electric, it was emotional, it was riveting, fascinating. The dynamics of the Doors performance simply swept you off your feet.
Someone who got to know Morrison intimately was rock groupie Pamela Des Barres.
Never seen anything like it before. It was sensual, it was rude, it was naughty, and it was just so thrilling, really.
The Doors were along those lines, bands that were clearly talented enough and adventurous enough that they did not necessarily follow someone else's formula.
Some more, jazzy.
One of the reasons that the Doors music holds up and that it's still popular today had to do with the fact that they have a classic sound. They didn't adopt the trends of the day. Their sound has that fresh quality to it. And part of it, I think, is the fact that, Jim had something to say. Jim's lyrics communicated things.
They were so visual beyond the obvious that they took advantage of their knowledge of and their interest in the visual arts so that they really did break on through and present themselves the way very, very few rock stars of that era had even thought to do. And so I think those are significant contributions from Jim Morrison.
There were a lot of bands of that era that were basically feel-good, happy, hippie love movement type things. Jim had a dangerous quality to his work, and that gave his music a relevance that a lot of people didn't have.
But the Doors' music wasn't half as important as Morrison's killer good looks. This was something that didn't go unnoticed by the VP of their record company, Steve Harris.
I took a good look at him and thought, if this kid could read the phone book on key we're all going to be very, very wealthy.
More dangerous than Elvis, prettier than Mick Jagger, it was clear that the band's greatest asset was Jim Morrison.
Jim had this love for movies, and so he would emulate Greta Garbo. He had the look in the eyes of Marlene Dietrich staring you down, shaking his head and his hair like Marilyn Monroe did. He had those masculine traits with the feminine wiles. That's what made Jim unique.
He hypnotized his audiences, screeching like a shaman. He even invented an alter ego, the Lizard King.
He was called the Lizard King for a reason. I mean, he did slither and he did move sort of reptilian-like, and beautiful body, beautiful face.
Jim Morrison became the face of the Doors and the face of sex in rock and roll.
There was a shot that I named the Young Lion. He just looked magnificent in it, and it was used in the Village Voice. The Village Voice said, there is a new sex symbol now, and his name is Jim Morrison.
But although he soaked up the attention, Morrison was unhappy with the focus placed solely on his looks. He saw himself as a writer first and a singer second, desperate to be taken seriously like his poet heroes.
He didn't like the image of the sex symbol. He wanted to be seen as a philosopher, as somebody who could write poetry, who could deliver this poetry to a live audience and have their reaction. That's what Jim wanted.
But what Jim wanted was not what he got. His rock god image eclipsed any chance he had of being taken seriously as a poet. The failure of that dream would eventually chase him to Paris, and in 19 hours, will finally push him over the edge. July 2nd, 1971, Paris, France. It's 11 a.m. and Jim Morrison only has 18 hours left to live. He's come here to Paris, a city rich in arts and inspiration, to write poetry. Sick of his rock star image, he's determined to make his mark as a serious poet. But lately, he's had a bad case of writer's block and is feeling anxious. Alain René, an old friend from Morrison's film days at UCLA, drops by.
Alain René and Jim Morrison had been friends since film school. They did not hang around together a lot during Jim's rock star days. Then when they were in Paris together, they spent a lot of time. And they were good friends, they went way back.
René notices that Morrison is restless. He suggests they go out for a walk and grab some lunch. Jim doesn't look too well at all. They stroll along the colourful Rue des Rosiers, not far from Morrison's apartment. Here, he is rarely recognised and is free from the pressure of playing the rock star. In this bohemian Jewish neighbourhood, Jim Morrison seems to fit in perfectly. But throughout most of his life, that has rarely been the case. Jim Morrison was born in the small town of Melbourne, Florida on December 8, 1943. He and his family were forced to move often because of his father's job as a Navy officer. By the time he turned 16, Jim had already moved 9 times, making it difficult to make friends. Tandy Martin was Jim Morrison's high school sweetheart.
Jim used to be in the basement of his house painting. And he stayed down there a lot, painting and writing, and we spent a lot of time down there.
As a teenager, the bright student became more and more disruptive in school and at home. His father, a strict disciplinarian, cracked down hard on Jim.
His parents had no idea what to do with a kid like Jim. No idea. How could they?
Nor could his straight-laced parents understand their son's fascination with the dark underbelly of literature.
I think in the 8th grade, he had a copy of Allen Ginsberg's Howl. I mean, you have to put that into perspective. People weren't reading that stuff in the 8th grade. No way, or 9th grade or 10th grade. Jim was not like other people. He just wasn't like other people.
It's the classic teenage angst. Kids growing up and saying, gee, the world is not all fluffy and nice the way mom and dad have been telling me. There's something dark, something sinister, something dangerous about it. And Jim reflected that in everything he did.
At 19, Morrison's inability to fit in finally got him in trouble with the law.
Some people just rebel because they don't really know what else to do. But Jim was an original, for good or ill.
In Tallahassee, Florida, he was arrested for stealing a helmet from a police car, resisting arrest, and for being drunk and disorderly.
In junior and senior year, I think that's when he started to drink.
In alcohol, Morrison found the perfect fuel to feed the flames of his one-man rebellion against the police, against his strict father, and against everything in between.
Yeah, I think he had a problem with authority. Absolutely.
On reaching adulthood, Jim wasn't done rebelling. His father had expected him to follow in his footsteps and join the military. Instead, in 1964, Jim headed to California and enrolled in UCLA's film program. So deep was the insult that after university, Jim and his father would never speak again.
Jim often referred to his parents as being dead. In his mind, they were dead to him.
When I looked at his bio right after he signed the contract, and it said his parents were deceased. And so that's what I thought.
But in 1967, Harris received a call from a woman claiming to be Jim's mother. He gave her the address of a hotel where her son was staying in New York City.
Later, I told Jim what I did, and he said to me, Steve, do me a favor and just don't ever, ever do that again. I don't want to be in any contact with them at all.
I think the fact that Jim was alienated from his family is reflected a lot in his writing. He writes from a position of being an alienated, lonely person.
Strolling along with his friend Alain Ronay, Jim is momentarily distracted by a cut-glass Star of David dangling in a shop window. He decides to buy it for his girlfriend, Pamela Courson. For the successful rock star, money is no object. But just 5 years earlier, he'd been flat broke. In 1965, as a 21-year-old film student in California, Jim Morrison started partying heavily on Venice Beach. Inspired by the wild hippie scene, he spent his days and nights smoking pot, dropping acid, and writing poetry. One day on the beach, he met fellow film student Ray Manzarek.
Ray asked Jim what he'd been up to, and Jim said, well, I've been writing a lot of poetry, and I've been working on some songs. And Ray said, really? Well, sing me one. And Jim sang Moonlight Drive. And Ray said, wow, that's some of the best lyrics I've ever heard for a rock song. How would you like to get together and work on some things? So he got John Densmore, he got Robbie Krieger, they came together, and Jim began to sing.
They called themselves The Doors, based on a poem by one of Morrison's heroes, William Blake. Morrison's own poetry set to rock music soon caught the attention of locals. They became the house band at the infamous Whiskey A Go-Go, where their shy lead singer often performed with his back to the audience. But that shyness soon gave way to Morrison's budding love affair with the Spotlight, and the Spotlight loved him right back.
The press loved to write about him, and, you know, he was a good-looking guy.
With Jim Morrison at the wheel, one rock critic dubbed the Doors the missionaries of apocalyptic sex. And Jim made sure he lived up to his sex god image, even backstage before a show with super groupie Pam DeBar.
We found a loft of some kind where they were storing old lighting equipment and stuff. It was somewhere to make out. And I said, I'm making out with Jim Morrison. I'm making out with Jim Morrison. So we did that for a while. And it turned out that the show was starting. And he went, oh, okay. And he went scrambling down the ladder and running out onto the stage.
The special attention given to Morrison began to create tension within the band.
I think there was a little bit of resentment in that they were a unit in the way that they wrote, in the way they created. The songs were credited to all of them. But after a while, Jim got more and more and more of the attention.
This idiot DJ in Los Angeles who began to talk about Jim Morrison and the Doors, as opposed to the Doors, whose lead singer was Jim Morrison. The Doors didn't like it, they tolerated it.
Soon, even Jim Morrison would be unable to tolerate his own rock god image. He would run all the way to Paris to escape it, only to find peace at the ultimate price. July 2nd, 1971. For the last 3 hours, Jim Morrison and his friend Alain René have been strolling through the streets of Paris. Throughout their walk, René has noticed that his friend appears shaky and unwell. Several times, Morrison breaks out in violent spasms and a bad case of the hiccups. The rock star, however, insists he's okay. But in less than 15 hours, he will be far from okay. Around 2 p.m., they reach Place des Vosges, the city's famous Renaissance square. René feels that a little food may help settle his friend. But throughout the afternoon, the hiccup attacks continue and seem to be getting worse. A life of excessive drinking has finally caught up with Morrison. The cracks have been showing for years, even in his earliest days with the Doors.
Alcohol was his drug of choice. I mean, he did other drugs here and there, but mostly it was alcohol. One of the reasons that he would drink so much is because he liked the experience of not being in control and not worrying about it.
Wasted and completely out of control, Morrison became increasingly destructive in the recording studio. The rest of the band were not amused. As the band's popularity soared, Morrison spent more and more time in bars. One of his drinking buddies was his bodyguard, Tony Funches.
Barney's Beanery. Ha! That was the prototypical lunatic English roadie, two-fisted drinking bar, clown's den, madhouse that ever existed in LA. But me and Jimbo managed to get ourselves 86 out of there.
He was so staggeringly drunk, and you just didn't know what he was going to do.
Rock and roll lifestyle. We were stinking drunk all the time.
Every time he came into New York, we used to go to a bar around Columbus Circle. The bar was about 2 or 3 city blocks long with a mirror behind the entire bar. And Jim said to me, you know, I could take this bottle and throw it through that mirror and smash it, and I won't feel any remorse at all. Could you do that? And I said, no, I would feel remorse. Which led me to believe that somewhere in the background, there was a sociopath.
There was one night at the Whiskey, and he reached over and just whacked me across the face, just slapped me across the face for no reason at all. No reason.
What happened is he would get stone drunk at the moment's notice. He had no warning, nothing leading up to that to let him know when it was coming on. He'd be fine, he'd be sober, he'd be articulate, and then he'd be wild nuts. And part of that is an allergic reaction to alcohol, which is a documented thing that people have now, but they didn't know what it was then.
If Jim were alive today and were performing the same way, everyone would say, Jim, you gotta get into a program. You gotta stop drinking. You gotta take care of yourself. You gotta go to a 12-step program. You gotta go to a rehab. You're gonna die if you continue this. Then it was, oh, you know, Jim, he drinks too much.
People don't want to think about this or remember this, but he was almost a pariah at one point in Hollywood. Yeah, he would say, oh God, here comes Jim Morrison. And I remember one night too, coming out of the Whiskey, and this was pretty typical. He was laying on the ground in the gutter in front of the Whiskey, like, you know, trying to go to sleep. And there were people, you know, sometimes people would come along who weren't strip regulars and go, whoa, and that's Jim Morrison, and they'd try to help him, you know, and he didn't want to know.
Morrison's heavy drinking was getting more dark and more violent. it was also directly affecting the Doors' live shows.
During 1969, the performances degraded steadily. The alcohol became more prevalent, the singing became less dynamic, the shows lost their vigor, lost a lot of their sparkle.
As a band, the Doors had a problem. Not only was their singer stealing all the headlines, he was now sabotaging their live shows.
It's too damn bad that he couldn't keep his act together, because when he was good, he was excellent. And when he was bad, he was terrible.
Hey, what are all these people doing? Oh, I hate people.
And now in Paris, lunching with his friend Alain René, the years of hard drinking have taken their toll on Morrison's health. In 13 hours, he will draw his final breath. After lunch, Morrison and René browse through a film shop. Since film school, Morrison has had a passion for the cinema, having recently made a movie called Highway. The film, a dark, impressionistic journey through the desert, was inspired by a troubling childhood experience that has stayed with Morrison throughout his life.
A key event in Jim's childhood, and in fact the thing he referred to as the event that shaped him, occurred when he was 4 years old. The family was driving between Albuquerque and Santa Fe, and they came upon this horrific accident. A truckload of Indian workers had overturned, and Indians were dead all over the highway.
Morrison believed that the spirit of one of those Indians, a shaman, entered his own soul and stayed there.
He claimed it affected his writing. He claimed it affected the way he did the concerts, that there was always this soul, this Indian shaman, pushing him to these experiences.
Those experiences were later expressed by Morrison in the form of dark, mystical poems, poems that the Doors used to set them apart from other bands. But for Morrison, rock and roll was only a short-term vehicle for his poetic vision.
He looked at his rock and roll world as a temporary stop because he was a poet and he saw himself that way. And he dragged his poetry books everywhere he went, and he thought this was just a temporary ride.
And in 1969, to prove it, he self-published a limited edition book of his poetry and sent copies out to friends. But the response was less than overwhelming.
You know, there's initial reaction, a negative reaction by the established literary community that, you know, is like, oh, rock star, you know, so that created some tensions.
It's tough for a pop star or a rock artist to be taken seriously as a poet, especially when they themselves use that terminology. Jim Morrison, I think, welcomed it more than the others and therefore got vilified for it.
Desperate to be seen as a serious poet, Morrison decided to dismantle his rock star image. He asked that his bare-chested young lion photos not be used for promotional purposes. He grew a bushy beard to hide his pretty face and gained an alarming amount of weight.
Guy could grow a Rasputin Russian winter beard overnight as a hairy sumbitch.
He definitely put on weight. Part of that was drinking all the time. But also he was becoming uncomfortable with having to live up to that, you know, sexy young rock and roll image.
And in the summer of 1971, Paris is where Morrison has come to escape that rock star image and to refocus on writing more poetry. He's lost the beard and some of the weight, but years of alcohol abuse have caught up with the frustrated poet. His afternoon walk with his friend Alain René brings him back to his rented apartment on Rue Beautreillis. Even though it's July, he brings up firewood. Climbing the stairs, he suddenly collapses out of breath. Jim Morrison is only 27, but he suffers the aches and pains of a man several times his age. And soon, the pain will end. He has less than 12 hours left to live. July 2nd, 1971, 6 p.m. For the past 4 months, Jim Morrison has been hiding out in a rented apartment in Paris. on the run from his rock idol image and trying to establish himself as a serious poet. He spent the day with his old friend Elaine Renee. It will be the last day they ever spend together. In 11 hours, Jim Morrison will be dead. When Renee tells Morrison that he has to leave for a dinner engagement, the singer begs him to go out with him for one more drink. Morrison may have turned his back on his public, but he's not ready to be entirely left alone.
You know, there's a great quote about fame that says, it's not satisfying, but it's addictive. And that's true. What happens is you get used to that attention. Jim was very used to that attention. So in Paris, not having as much of it, I'm sure there was a little bit of loneliness, a little bit of isolation.
But in 1969, as a member of The Doors, Jim Morrison was still very much the center of attention, in all the wrong ways. Although his band was as big as the Beatles and Bob Dylan, his drinking and antisocial behavior was now completely out of control. It drove a wedge between him and the other members of The Doors. But instead of toning down his wild ways,
cigarette?
He blamed his problems on his rock god image, manufactured for his fans. And on one particularly hot night in Miami in 1969, Morrison crossed another line, this time driving a wedge between himself and the people that had made him a star, his public.
Jim had been drinking. He had seen the stage performance in Los Angeles the night before where the whole cast was nude. And I think he decided to test some limits.
As if to mock his sexy image, Morrison removed his shirt, threatening next to take off his trousers.
Now Ray, knowing Jim's unpredictability, knowing that Jim had been drinking, said to me, "Vince, don't let Jim take his pants off." I put my fingers in his belt loops and I put my arms against my hips and lifted. In fact, it's a wonder his voice didn't go up an octave.
Taking their cue from Morrison, the audience stripped down to the buff.
The audience followed suit, where more than 50% of the audience was actually naked.
The authorities were not amused.
Crime Commission, I'm calling upon the Dade County Grand Jury and the State Attorney's Office to immediately take criminal action against the group known as the Doors, and we are demanding that action this day.
A few days after the show, they charged Morrison with lewd and lascivious behavior, a felony, even though many claim he never removed his trousers.
The guys couldn't tell. They were looking at their instruments, and Jim doesn't remember whether he did or he didn't.
I am willing to state here unequivocally, Jim did not in any way, shape, or manner take his pants down, open his pants up, or expose himself in any way. It was physically impossible for him to do it.
But whether he did or not, he was of special interest to the FBI, who'd been keeping close tabs on him for quite a while. They saw Jim Morrison as a menace to society.
In research for my book, I obtained the FBI files on Jim Morrison. Now, a lot of that is blacked out, but suffice it to say that the FBI was definitely interested in Jim Morrison, monitored his activity, and had him on a watch list.
The FBI's interest in Morrison was maybe less about public nudity and more about his anti-war lyrics on songs like Peace Frog and The Unknown Soldier.
I think also in Jim's lyrics, the fact that he called for revolution regularly, the fact that, you know, he was pushing people to the idea of a revolution. In Jim's mind, I think it really wasn't a conscious, social, organized revolution. It was more an individual revolution of breaking away from the conditioning of society and your parents and trying to come to a new and different reality on your own. And Jim was all about that.
If political means upending society and changing rules and fomenting different kinds of revolution, then the Doors and Jim Morrison were absolutely political.
But in July 1971, as a rock and roll exile in Paris, Jim Morrison seems hardly a threat to anyone but himself. As he drinks with Elaine Renee near Place de la Bastille, an enduring symbol of the French Revolution, the only rebellion brewing is the one that's violently raging through Morrison's body. His attacks suggest he's suffering from acute respiratory distress.
He had had difficulty lately. He had spit up blood a few times. He had had some other problems, respiratory problems. Some of this went back to an injury he had jumping out the window at the Chateau Marmot in L.A. and doing a Tarzan act off a drain pipe and then falling and smashing off the shed of the place and injuring himself.
Morrison should be looked after in a hospital. Instead, he's busy ordering yet another beer. His friend, Elaine Renee, announces that he has to leave to meet a friend. They will never see one another again. In just 10 hours, Jim Morrison will dabble in more than just alcohol, and it will cost him his life. Shortly after Elaine Renee leaves, Jim meets up with his girlfriend, Pamela Courson. To the outside world, they look like a typical couple in love, out for a stroll in one of the most romantic cities in the world. But since first meeting back in 1966, their relationship has been anything but typical. The pair first met at a club on Sunset Strip called the London Fog, where the Doors were the house band. Morrison called her his cosmic mate and dedicated poetry and songs to her.
And that remained constant and genuine. It did not, however, in the process, make him monogamous.
Jim's wayward ways got him in trouble when he was caught red-handed with rock groupie Pamela Des Barres.
I was a cute young girl, and it was 1967 with Laurel Canyon, and Jim Morrison was next door, and it was really, you know, a very exciting moment. So I walked in, and there was Jim. And he turned around to me, and he said, "Whoa, get it on." That's what he said a lot of time. He said, "Get it on," instead of hello. And so I was like naked there on his floor, and he was leaning over me. And just as that was going on, Pam walked in. She has good timing. So she promptly kicked me out.
Beautiful and strong-willed, Pamela Courson didn't take Morrison's infidelity lying down. Their fights were the stuff of legend.
Their relationship was very wild, tempestuous. They pushed off against each other. There was a lot of, wild fights and things like that.
To buffer the fighting, they kept separate homes. Morrison stayed at a motel near the Doors' headquarters, while Pam lived at a house on Laurel Canyon, immortalized in the Doors' song Love Street. In their own strange way, they had found love.
And I don't think they ever really thought about being with somebody else on a permanent basis. I think that, they knew that they were the love of each other's lives, and they would always come back together.
But for all the comfort that Pamela brought her boyfriend, she had her own demons. A nasty addiction to heroin, for one. Many thought her unstable and a bad influence on an already troubled Jim Morrison.
She was a junkie. In fact, was the cause of a lot of stress and fighting and arguing with Jim and a lot of his drinking. She was probably the worst influence on his life.
But tonight, as they make their way into a Paris movie theater, they're the picture of domestic bliss. They've come to see a film recommended by their friend, Elaine Renee.
Renee suggested that he go see Pursuit, a movie that starred Robert Mitchum, and Jim liked Robert Mitchum. So he went. He wasn't that impressed with it from what Pam said later, but, it was all right.
But in 7 hours' time, nothing will be quite all right. The young couple's domestic bliss will turn to tragedy, and the world of rock and roll will lose one of its brightest lights. July 3rd, 1971, 1 a.m. For the last 4 months, rock star Jim Morrison has called Paris home. He's come here to write and to rest, but his stay has been anything but restful. He's made himself increasingly sick by indulging in a steady diet of whiskey and beer. And tonight, in his apartment with his cosmic mate Pamela Courson, he decides to go even further. He takes heroin. Up to now, Morrison's entourage has worked very hard to keep the hard stuff well away.
I don't tolerate smack, pure and simple. So everybody knew that it could be dangerous to them to bring that stuff out. Uncle Tony will not be amused. Somebody's gonna get hurt. Guaranteed.
But tonight, Uncle Tony is thousands of miles away, and no one's there to look out for Jim.
Over the years, Pam got involved in different kinds of things and eventually started using heroin. Now, this was something Jim was concerned about. It's not something he condoned. It's not something he really approved of. That night, whether it was just the idea of something he wanted to try, just pushing the envelope, whether it was some depression, he had been very reflective lately, whatever, he tried the heroin.
That decision will prove to be fatal. Stoned out of their minds, Pam and Jim watch home movies of recent vacations. Between reels, they snort more heroin and spin some old Doors records. But in just 3 hours, the music will be over. Before his exile to Paris, Morrison had been forced to face a different kind of music, felony charges stemming from the Miami concert. So severe were those charges that they deeply affected the band, and, as usual, it was all about Jim.
Well, in the realm of art and theater, I do think that there should be complete freedom for the artist and performer.
Everybody's nerves were on edge. Would he behave? In many places, police were there with a warrant for Jim's arrest. In fact, for the arrest of the whole group, if he so much sneezed the wrong way.
Booking stopped. Concert promoters no longer wanted to have them because of the fear of arrests and lawsuits and violence and mayhem and breaking obscenity laws.
Jim Morrison and the Doors were not prepared for the backlash that followed.
Radio shows would not play Doors records. Doors recordings were removed from the shelves of record stores. We were absolutely banned from all public media.
Once the darling of the press, Jim Morrison became public enemy #1. He was ridiculed by Rolling Stone magazine with a wanted poster that called the Miami concert Jim's organ recital.
When people started looking at him as a drunken fool, that devastated him. Basically, you know, Jim wanted to be wild and crazy on stage. He did not want to be seen as a fool.
But worse was to come. In September 1970, after awaiting trial for nearly 2 years, James Douglas Morrison was found guilty and sentenced to 60 days hard labor for profanity and 6 months hard labor for indecent exposure. Allowed to remain free on bail pending an appeal, Morrison, the free-spirited bohemian, was terrified of doing time. In his darkest hour, he became increasingly obsessed with his own mortality.
Then when Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin died, Jim began to go around and say he was number 3. Jim was always saying things like that.
On July 3rd, 1971, in his apartment in Paris, Jim Morrison is well on his way to becoming the next rock and roll casualty. At 3:30 a.m., after passing out on the couch from too much heroin, his girlfriend, Pamela Courson, wakes up to find him struggling to breathe. She manages to rouse him. She wants to call a doctor, but Morrison refuses. Pamela, still high from the heroin, goes off to bed. Jim Morrison isn't ready to join her quite yet. Instead, he heads to the washroom where he draws himself a hot bath. It will be the last thing he ever does. Seven months earlier, back in the States and with serious jail time hanging over his head, Morrison became ever more distant from those around him. In concert, he was barely able to perform. In December 1970, on stage in New Orleans, the Lizard King completely fell apart.
He stood up, picked up the microphone stand, and proceeded to smash it through the floor, literally. smash a hole in the floor. He then walked off the side of the stage right, went up to the dressing room. That was the end of it.
For years, the other members had put up with Morrison's antics, but this time he'd gone too far. Drummer John Densmore had seen enough.
John tossed his sticks on the floor and said, "That's it, never again." The decision was, we will never perform in public again. We will never go on stage again.
But while they'd never play together live again, the Doors continued to record. They began work on their 6th album, LA Woman. But recording alone was not enough for Jim.
He lived on performing. How else could he get the word out about what he thought if he didn't tour? How else was he going to get his message across? How else was he going to be able to bring the gospel of St. Jim to the crowd?
I think he began to think, well, I've got to get my life together. Maybe going to Paris, I can come up with some new things. I can define myself more as a poet. I can get away from the things causing me trouble, and I'll start anew.
But if Morrison's move to Paris was the beginning of anything, it was the beginning of the end. At 4 a.m. on July 3rd, 1971, his girlfriend, Pamela Courson, wakes to the sound of Morrison throwing up in the washroom. Sick to his stomach, he's throwing up blood. Again, Morrison refuses to call a doctor. When his nausea finally passes, he tells her to go back to bed, that he will soon join her. But he never quite makes it. Instead, Jim Morrison slips quietly into unconsciousness. Paris, July 3rd, 1971, 6 a.m. As the city slowly comes to life, Pamela Courson suddenly wakes up. The night before, she and her boyfriend, Jim Morrison, partied the night away, snorting heroin. And now, she wonders why he never made it back to bed. She finds him passed out in the bathtub. His nose and mouth are crusted with blood. She tries to wake him, but he doesn't move.
And at first, she thought he might be joking around with her because he did stuff like this all the time. So she stayed in there and watched, and he didn't move. He didn't move.
Because she can't speak French fluently, she feels unable to call an ambulance. Instead, she phones Jim's best friend in Paris, Alain René, and asks him to call one for her. Before the medics get there, fireman Alain Raison arrives.
When we entered the bathroom, I saw the body of a man, the head thrown back. The water, it was just a little bit pink, because I think he must have bled.
The rescuers have no idea that their patient is, in fact, Jim Morrison.
The water was warm, so the body was also warm, which led us to presume that maybe he was not dead.
They rush Morrison's still warm body out of the tub to discover he's only warm because of the tepid bathwater.
Very quickly, we became aware that, in fact, he was dead.
The time of death is estimated at around 5 a.m. The death certificate states that he died of apparent heart failure. Citing no foul play, the authorities see no reason for an investigation or to order an autopsy. Jim Morrison, one of the most important singers of his era, is dead at 27. Many do not buy the ending to the Jim Morrison story, leading to a flurry of mysterious theories. Some say that before Pam Courson called Alain René about an ambulance, she called her heroin dealer, who came to the apartment and advised Pam to flush the drugs. Soon after, that same dealer hightailed it out to Marrakesh to avoid legal hassles. Others say that Jim had been out partying the night before he died at a Paris nightclub where he OD'd in their bathroom. Fearing being tied to his death, the nightclub had Morrison's body carried back to his apartment and dumped in the bathtub. Others still believe Morrison staged his own death and is still alive somewhere, having finally escaped the image that had troubled him so.
You know, there's all this talk about Jim faking his own death, and he promoted those rumors because he talked about doing it, because Rimbaud had done that and had disappeared and wrote his great works, you know, up to when he was 18, 19, and then disappeared into Africa, and that's what Jim Morrison talked about doing.
I always thought the real testimony to his mystique was the fact that so many people believed maybe he hadn't really died.
One of the greatest, I think, proofs that he didn't fake his own death is the fact that, could Jim Morrison stay out of the spotlight 40 years? I don't think so. Not the Jim Morrison that I've learned he was.
Jim Morrison is buried in Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris, not far from Henri de Balzac, Marcel Proust, and Oscar Wilde. Every year, thousands of fans continue to visit his gravesite.
It had been really important to him to be known as something more than this rock icon, this so-called Lizard King. And I wrote the obituary at Rolling Stone. I thought, why not issue the rock thing on the headline and have him go out as what he wanted to be known as, James Douglas Morrison, poet.
Fall 1970. Janice Joplin is the undisputed queen of rock and roll.
It's a fact there had been no female superstar of rock before Janice came along.
Her rule of thumb was, if it feels good, do it.
Famed as rock's wild child, Janice also hides a self-destructive, darker side.
She was a very troubled girl and a genius.
She could be every bit as tender as she could be hard. The tenderness was real, but the hardness was real too.
I think she was looking for some kind of relief to not have to be Janice.
Soon, a blast of nearly pure heroin will end her short, dazzling career. This is the last 24 hours in the life of Janice Joplin. October 3rd, 1970, Hollywood, California. For the past month, rock and roll superstar Janice Joplin has been in town working on her latest album, simply entitled Pearl. She's staying at the Landmark Hotel, and it's here, alone, that in less than 24 hours, she will die. It's 1:30 in the afternoon, and Janice is still in her room. Her band is busy laying down tracks at the nearby recording studio, and she'll not be needed there until much later. With time on her hands, she makes a call to City Hall in San Francisco, hoping to get some information about a marriage license. Janice has recently become engaged to Seth Morgan, a man she's only known for a few months. Some of her friends are skeptical about her new relationship, but not her road manager, John Cook.
The way Janice talked about her relationship with Seth Morgan was very positive. She was describing it in terms of being different from her previous relationships.
Janice believes that this time she's found true love.
She described their relationship as being different. She said they didn't have to go out boogieing every night. They could read the morning paper together and talk about current affairs.
Janice's call to City Hall, however, hits a snag. It's Saturday, and municipal offices are closed. She'll have to try again on Monday. With a whole afternoon ahead of her and nothing much to do, Janice starts to get edgy. She doesn't like to be alone and needs something to help fill the void.
Well, recording goes on for weeks, and it's not ever quite as much fun as being on stage because there's no audience. There are those boring days, and Janice did not suffer boredom gladly.
Janice goes back to the phone. This time she's calling her Candyman. He agrees to come by the hotel with a special package, a package that will end her life. A life that just 3 years earlier had seemed so full of promise. Back on June 16th, 1967, the Summer of Love was in full swing. 50,000 people were assembled for the Monterey International Pop Festival. A little-known San Francisco band of hippies known as Big Brother and the Holding Company was about to hit the stage. Fronting the band was 24-year-old Janice Joplin.
People just hadn't heard a white girl sing the blues this way. If you hadn't heard Janice before and she came out and started singing, you were just blown away.
Everybody in the band, not just Janice, but Peter had it, Sam had it, James had it, I had it. When we went out, we just, you know, we really just went for it.
If you had done a whip reverse with some of those movie cameras and shot the audience, you would have seen a lot of people like this.
And I want someone that can tell me, come on, tell me why, tell me why. Oh, people, tell me why love, honey, why love is like. Well, it's like a ball and in a tree.
At Monterey, Janice became an overnight sensation.
People were blown away to an extent that I haven't seen a big audience blown away by any artist before or since.
And the focus was all on Janice.
The phones didn't stop ringing. The press, are you kidding? They went nuts. They all wanted to talk to her.
Do you have any explanation why you're so popular?
Everybody just loved her right off the bat because she was real. She was incredibly real and incredibly open.
I just started singing when I was about 17. I listened to a lot of music first, and one day I started singing, and I could sing. It was like it was a surprise, to say the least.
She was at the right place at the right time with the right attitude and the right voice.
She was this rocker who moved on stage like nobody had ever moved. She was uninhibited, she spoke her mind, and she was an exciting personality.
But she put it out there. When she's singing, she let it all hang. That's why her live concerts, people that had seen her just, oh my God.
Janice's flamboyant style and free spirit struck a powerful note with her audience. Women, in particular, identified with her.
Janice stood out for a lot of women's issues, the right to be proud of yourself, period. She was the first person on stage saying that stuff, and people were taken aback by that and also drawn to it.
Janice was more than just a singer. She was becoming a voice for her generation. It was a role she was more than happy to play.
Janice took to the fame very well. She was up to it, for one thing. You know, she was faster, funnier, and more intelligent by far than most of the people we ran into.
At the same time, she felt like, you know, wow, I'm meeting Andy Warhol, or me, this like ugly chick from Texas, this nobody, I'm meeting, you know, these big stars like that.
Dick Cavett fell in love with her, which was hard to imagine. It was like a flea falling in love with an elephant.
Very nice to see you, my little songbird. I wore my hip jacket for you, however.
You did?
Yes, you did.
Are you sure?
I thought I did. Yes, isn't this what all the guys are wearing?
No, not all of them.
Not all of them, maybe.
But behind the bravado, Janice was lonely and insecure. Insecure about her looks, about her talent, and about her popularity. Drink and drugs helped fill the emptiness.
If everyone's drinking, she would drink the most in the room. You know, if everyone's doing drugs, she would do the best drugs and the most drugs of anyone in the room.
With Janice's growing fame came a growing addiction. An addiction that would follow her like a dark shadow, all the way to a lonely hotel room in Hollywood. October 3rd, 1970, 3:30 p.m. Rock and roll star Janis Joplin has been holed up at the Landmark Hotel in Hollywood for more than a month while working on her latest record, Pearl. Hours away from being needed in the recording studio, she's bored. To kill time, Janice has arranged for her drug dealer to bring her a fresh supply of heroin. She has no idea that she has made an appointment with death. In less than 10 hours, Janis Joplin, the wild woman of blues, will be dead. Throughout her career, Janice has struggled with an addiction to both alcohol and drugs.
To the band, she always presented this very up, very happy, very ready to rock, very ready to play, ready to do the job, make the music. That was the side of her we saw. We didn't really see the other side.
And until arriving in LA, neither had Janice. Since April, she's steered clear of heroin.
She had been clean for 6 months and proud of it. And she had done it herself because you have to do it for yourself.
She decided to get her life back on the rails again. And she made a serious effort to stop.
But in her hotel room, Janis Joplin takes 2 steps back.
In my experience of the addictive personality, there's always a level of self-confidence that is a step beyond where it should be. So because she had cleaned herself up, well, then she could safely dabble.
It's not the first time that Janice has dealt with this particular dealer. She uses him because he's reliable, always testing his product. But today, he gets sloppy. Neither the dealer nor Janice is aware that the heroin is uncut and is possibly as much as 50% pure. For even the most hardcore junkie, that level of purity is risky. But for Janice, who has just started using again, it will turn out to be lethal. Instead of getting high right away, Janice decides to call her fiancé, Seth. She has big plans for her and Seth. Lately, they've been talking about her quitting the business and having some kids.
She wanted to be more than a rock singer. She wanted to have a family. She wanted to have children. She wanted to get married. You know, she wanted all the things that everybody wants.
Family is important to Janice. It always has been. Janice Lynn Joplin was born on January 19th, 1943, in the respectable, conservative, oil-refining town of Port Arthur, Texas. An unlikely birthplace for a woman who would one day be known as the wild woman of blues.
When we were growing up, and this is in the 40s and 50s, it was quite idyllic, really, you know, manicured lawns and Little League baseball and sort of a normal middle-class looking type town.
By all accounts, Janice's early childhood was normal and happy and uneventful. But in her teens, all that changed.
Her mother wanted Janice to be what every mother there wanted their daughter to be, and that was popular and have a date for the prom and dress nice and wear her hair right. And it became pretty clear pretty early in high school that Janice wasn't going to follow that road.
Plagued with severe acne and an underdeveloped body, the teenager began being shunned by her peers. For Janice, used to being popular, it was devastating.
I think Janice probably had a lot of personal problems, self-doubts, and as far as her own looks were concerned.
Janice dealt with her rejection by rebelling. She dressed in black, swore like a sailor, and thumbed her nose at what she came to see as Port Arthur's hypocritical small-town values. And the more she rebelled, the more her peers bullied and isolated her. But Janice did find refuge in the company of a small group of other young outsiders. One of those was Jim Langdon.
We all rebelled against the status quo, against the establishment, against the rules and regulations and attitudes that prevailed at that time.
Part of their rebellion involved illicit trips across the state line into Louisiana, where they searched for adventure and found the forbidden fruit, black music.
And we spent from midnight until dawn just going, prowling in and out of the clubs, the quarters, hearing blues players, jazz players, you know, just digging the music and drinking. She really got turned on to especially the blues people, you know. It was just a whole scene that was just magical, you know, really exciting. Janice loved it. You know, we all enjoyed it, but she really loved it. And so I think that was sort of a beginning as far as the kind of life that she was going to pursue.
After one such trip to New Orleans, Janice and her friends crashed their car and were apprehended by the police.
It was things like that that solidified Janice's reputation as a bad girl, as a really bad girl.
She was vilified greatly for this, you know. She was different, and being different was enough to get you a lot of grief.
She had chosen to fight back by being even more outrageous and more aggressive, and that just made matters worse.
And now, in the fall of 1970, deep down Janice is still searching for acceptance and love. Lonely and bored in her hotel bedroom, she again calls her fiancé, Seth Morgan. They've been living together for a couple of months now, but since she's been in LA recording, they've barely seen each other. Janice's friends are suspicious about the latest man in her life.
Yeah, the engagement stuff I never believed was really going to happen. That was strange. This guy, Seth, I don't know. Don't know about him.
Janice and Seth begin to argue. He's supposed to fly to LA and meet her. They were planning an evening together, but not for the first time. Seth cancels at the last minute.
She would be with second-rate people if they would love her. You know, that was the admission.
Janice slept with both men and women. Always open and unashamed about her sexual preferences, it was a far cry from her straight-laced Bible Belt origins. In 1962, the 19-year-old left her family and hometown behind and headed to Austin to attend art school at the University of Texas. There she found a like-minded counterculture community of artists, activists, and most importantly, musicians. Musicians like Powell St. John.
One evening, we were all sitting around my apartment, and Janice was there with a couple of guitarists, and one of the guys was a big Leadbelly fan. And Janice started going through all these Leadbelly tunes that I'd never heard in my life. Oh yeah, that was Green Corn, Green Corn. And she's singing this stuff. And I was just sitting there, wow, where did she learn all this?
Janice joined the Waller Creek Boys. Janice loved the attention, but not all of it.
Every year the fraternities would sponsor a festival on campus, and one of the activities that they would do, you could nominate a person as ugly man for a fee. So someone nominated Janice, and she won in the voting, and she was absolutely crushed. I think it's one of the only times I ever saw Janice cry.
1 year later, Janice left Texas and the college jocks who humiliated her and hitchhiked to the promised land, San Francisco. There, she quickly established herself on the local music scene, finding gigs in coffee houses and bars. But something else was also waiting there, a plentiful supply of drugs. In 1965, only 2 years after arriving on the San Francisco scene, Janice returned to Port Arthur, a speed freak.
She came back probably weighing, 87 pounds or 90 pounds or something like that, and needle tracks up and down her arms, and was a total basket case. She probably realized when, that she had damn near killed herself. And she was really trying to do everything in her power to do a complete 180 and go as straight could be. But as everyone knows now, her luck didn't hold out.
Her first destructive brush with injecting drugs would turn out to be just a taste of what was to come. Now, 5 years later, in a hotel in Hollywood, California, Janis Joplin's luck is about to run out. October 3rd, 1970, 5:30 p.m. Janis Joplin is leaving the landmark hotel in Hollywood and heading for the nearby Sunset Sound recording studios to begin work with her new group, the Full Tilt Boogie Band. What she doesn't realize is that she's heading for the last recording session of her life. In less than 8 hours, Janis Joplin will be dead. When Janis arrives at the studio, her band is already in full swing, working on one of the record's final tracks, a song prophetically called Buried Alive in the Blues. Guitar player John Till remembers.
She was really liking the song. I mean, she wouldn't have pursued the song if she hadn't liked it. So it was coming together more and more and more, and we almost had it by the end of the night. She really felt good about what was going on, and she told us many times, she says, I just love that. And I said, thanks, Janice, because we did too.
So far, recording is going well. Janice, who in the past had mostly difficult experiences in the studio, is hoping her star producer, Paul Rothchild, can bring some of his magic to her new album.
Paul was an incredible producer because he could bring it all together.
And he felt that Janice had not been captured. And by golly, he was going to do it.
Paul Rothchild tells Janice he feels the new album is going to be a huge hit, bigger than anything she's ever done before. Professionally, Janice feels she's back in the saddle. Although her rise to fame has been spectacular, it hasn't been an easy ride. In 1966, back again in San Francisco, Janice warmly embraced the hippie culture of Haight-Ashbury. There she met the band that would first take her to the top, Big Brother and the Holding Company.
Peter and I were singing, and neither one of us is really a lead vocalist. And Chet says, our manager, he said, I went to the University of Texas with this woman who sings bluegrass and country. She's an amazing woman, and you got to hear her.
And I had this dream that she was this beautiful, gorgeous woman and this great singer, and I fell in love with her in the dream.
And in comes Chet with this real scraggly-looking girl. And she was kind of tough. She was kind of scrappy. It would be like if you went out and got a cat out in the alley and, dragged the cat in. She's kind of like, she has her claws out,
And then when she showed up, she didn't look like anything like my dream, but she was beautiful, She wasn't beautiful in some other way.
Janice was a far cry from the sweet-looking singers of the time who were currently topping the charts. But she had something else.
When she opened her mouth, I think it was apparent to me anyway, or I think to most of the people, that she was the one, that she was the singer for this band.
Janice and Big Brother seemed an ideal match. The band's improvisational jamming perfectly blended with Janice's powerful bluesy vocals. Soon, Big Brother and the holding company won the hearts and minds of the San Francisco crowds.
My parents had no clue what Janice was doing. You know, the entertainment aspect of it was something my mother was clear about and knew that that could be good. The whole San Francisco scene was a new concept that nobody had really considered before, the hippie thing, the whole bit. Janice coming from the beatnik thing, they were pretty concerned. After she'd come back from San Francisco, pretty strung out and gotten clean and moved back to San Francisco, one of the first letters she wrote back from New San Francisco, with a great deal of trepidation, I bring the news, I'm in San Francisco.
When she first came back to San Francisco and joined Big Brother, she had a real aversion to drugs.
The first time she was back and she saw someone shooting up, you know, it frightened her so badly that she became hysterical, you know, and she started crying and ran out of the room, and it was very intense for her, you know, because she just didn't want to go back there again.
It's like when someone has an addiction, let's say, to something, they don't even want to see it in the room.
And then so time went on, and probably about the time we moved into Lagunitas, California, she started injecting drugs again.
For a while, I think she had it under control. Same thing with the drinking. She had it under control, like anybody who has that addiction, I would say, you know, has it seemingly under control for periods of time. And they think sometimes they're doing their best work, and they're, you know, and they can't deal without it, or that the drug is actually what's helping them to even do their best work. So I think she felt that way about it to a certain extent.
For Janice, her return to San Francisco meant a return to a dangerous lifestyle, but it also meant increasing fame with her new band. Equally important to Janice, the band became her new family. Together they lived, played, and partied. But after her stunning performance at Monterey, Janice's surrogate family began to slowly turn dysfunctional, something drummer David Getz will never forget.
From Monterey on was really the beginning where it really separated Janice from the band. It made her a star. It made her a diva, an icon.
It started out Big Brother and the Holding Company on the poster, and then it said Big Brother and the Holding Company featuring Janis Joplin, real small letters down at the bottom, you know. And then the Janis Joplin got larger. Then it became Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company, in the small letters down at the bottom.
And if you asked me to read her mind and say when she came down the street, or we drove down the street and approached a gig and she saw Janis Joplin in big letters on the marquee, I'm sure that her heart beat faster. How can it not?
The press loved Janice, but not the boys in the band. They considered Big Brother to be mediocre musicians, not worthy of backing the stellar Janis Joplin. And things only got worse when the band began recording their first album.
We'd never been in the studio before. We didn't really know how to record in a really, in a kind of sterile, controlled situation like that.
Why don't we try, like, you know, a certain number of takes, and if we don't get it by then, like, let's say we don't get it by 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, we can spend a few hours doing something else, you know? How's that?
I think we ought to just run over some of these things instrumentally and then listen to them and see what could be.
What are you going to hear when you hear that, Sam? You're going to hear the vocal. I mean, you aren't saying, was the rhythm guitar right? I mean, you aren't even aware of it, because what you hear is what's up front. Yeah. And when we play Piece of My Heart, what's going to be up front is going to be the vocal.
Suddenly you're making a recording, and it's about like every little sound, whether it fits. Is this the right note? Is this the right beat? Does it fit together? Is this off from that? So all of a sudden there was, you know, seeing ourselves as inadequate.
That's when Janis may have started having, you know, even more second thoughts about the band.
By the end of 1968, buying into what the press was saying and hungry for yet more fame and attention, Janis announced that she was leaving the band.
She loved these guys, but the alternative that's being offered is do you want to go out on that stage as the act? How can she possibly say no?
After making the breakup public, Janice and Big Brother still had to play the few remaining gigs on their tour.
There was definitely a lot of tension between the people in the band and Janice, because everybody knew the announcement had been made that she was leaving the band. The audience knew it, and in some way the band, we felt really less than. We felt really vulnerable.
Sitting down by my window, just looking
Peter got into a fight with her on stage. After one of the songs, Janice was panting into the microphone. She was going,
So Peter Albin, our bass player, says, "Welcome to the Lassie Show, folks."
She took it to mean like, you're a dog, calling her a dog. And she said something like, just you, man, again, like she snarled at him. And then the same thing, after the set, backstage, they just were screaming at each other.
They may have even hit each other, I don't know, but it was just really, it was a terrible scene,
For Janice and Big Brother, it was the end. She had turned her back on her new family, one that had loved and accepted her for who she really was. It was a decision that would haunt her and eventually lead her down a self-destructive path that, in less than 3 hours, will finally reach a dead end. October 3rd, 1970. Sunset Sound Recording Studios in Hollywood, California. Janice Joplin is busy working on a track for her latest album, Pearl, with her new band. She tells producer Paul Rothchild how much she's looking forward to recording the vocals the following day. But Janice will never get the chance. In less than 3 hours, she'll be dead. Excited by the positive vibe in the studio, Janice decides to share her good mood with her fiancé, Seth Morgan. She calls her home in San Francisco, where he's been staying. But the man she plans on marrying isn't there. Instead, she speaks to her roommate, who tells her that Seth has gone out for the evening. Feeling abandoned, Janice reaches for one of the few constants in her life, the bottle.
There might have been a Mickey there of Southern Comfort. I don't know. I didn't spend too much time in the studio control room myself, but I might have heard some glasses tinkling.
Medicating in times of crisis is something Janice has been doing most of her life. But it wasn't until 1969, soon after leaving Big Brother and the holding company, that her bad habits turned into life-threatening addictions. After Big Brother, Janice formed the Cosmic Blues Band, a group of hand-picked professional musicians. But almost from the start, things did not go as planned.
Janice kind of not sold out, but she wanted to make this a business venture. At some point, it became more than just, it became everything for her.
She left this family of Big Brother and the holding company and went into this new organization, but she didn't know how to lead the organization. She forgot about that part. She didn't know how to put a band together.
She liked the idea of having a horn section. The new band had a horn section. She really wanted to try to emulate that whole thing, so it was a real departure. And for the people who had accepted her as as the great vocalist with an acid rock band from San Francisco, this was a big change. And it took a long time to win people over.
Going from Big Brother and the holding company into Cosmic Blues was another cold bath, because Big Brother was a family and we just thought we were going to stick together always. And so she left and I became an employee of hers.
They're all looking to Janice as the band leader, and she didn't even know she was supposed to be that, let alone how to do it.
She changed personnel constantly, so everyone's real insecure about their job. I think we had 5 drummers or so. And, changed horn players many times, had 2 or 3 keyboard players. So she's changing everything compulsively in the band so no one could relax. We couldn't gel into it.
Janice wrote a song called I Got Them Old Cosmic Blues Again Mama, and we named the band the Cosmic Blues Band from that song title. From the beginning, there was a problem because the press and the audience had accepted Janice with Big Brother, especially strongly in San Francisco and the West Coast. There was a feeling that she had abandoned Big Brother and had used them as a stepping stone, and there was a lot of hostility, and it was very difficult to overcome.
Furthermore, the new soul sound of her band did not go over well with her audience, or the critics.
The minute she left Big Brother, they said she should go back to Big Brother if they'll have her, you know. And she just cried and cried about that, almost like all night.
Accustomed to being the darling of the media, Janice is crushed by the bad press.
She was devastated. You see, you'd gotten all this adulation. She was ambitious. Janice wanted to be a big star. Things that were said in the press, you know, just devastate her, where they wouldn't bother, you know, say Jimi Hendrix or somebody, you know. She didn't have the reserves to do that. So when all of this comes out, she went back to her hotel room and dead up, I'm sorry to say.
As well as numbing herself with heroin and booze, Janice played up even more to her reputation as the wild woman of rock, both on and off the stage.
What was on stage was part of Janice. Lots of people thought that was all there was. And then you see her as the little girl who is easily hurt and sometimes cries easily and feels at the same time, a great sense of injustice if she was treated wrongly, badly by somebody, and could make me just feel terrible, because if I screamed at the gutsy Janice and then all of a sudden she turned into the little girl who was hurt, I just felt awful. There was this complex personality, and it was Janice, and the only part we really wanted to get rid of was the addict.
She was addicted to speed first, and then, you know, then alcohol, and ultimately heroin and alcohol.
I began to notice she was drinking more beforehand, and it was affecting her performances, and she was using heroin more. She always used to save these things for after the performance, because then it's like a reward.
Does it go from that to becoming something else, to where you just need it to feel okay? And if you don't have it, you feel just so bad, like you want to kill yourself.
I said, Janice, you have to take it easy, take it a little bit easy. And she's sitting on a bed, we're in a motel room, and she's going, I'm not going to die. My ancestors were pioneers. They came across the whole United States in a covered wagon. They were tough people, and I have their genes, and, you know, nothing's going to happen to me, she says. I said, don't say that.
Janice's drug use began to spiral out of control. In March of 1969, her friend, Linda Gravenitis, found her passed out, her face gone purple. Janice had OD'd, and it would not be the last time.
You cannot make someone with an addictive personality do anything. You can't do it for them. You can tell them how you feel, and I did tell her how I felt. You know, I said, I don't like to see you like this.
At Woodstock, in the summer of 1969, Janis Joplin could no longer hide the effects of non-stop touring and binging on drugs and alcohol.
She was feeling down. She physically was not in good condition, and she was very uncertain about her future.
At the end of 1969, Janice disbanded the Cosmic Blues Band. It had been a disaster. She had given up her musical family, Big Brother and the holding company, for a bigger shot at fame. And all she had to show for it was a nasty addiction to booze and smack. An addiction that would eventually take its toll, here in Hollywood, California. With recording of the new track done for the day, Janice and some of her bandmates stop at the local bar, Barney's Beanery, for a nightcap. Here, Janis Joplin will raise a glass for one last time. In less than an hour, a lifetime of excess will finally catch up with the queen of rock and roll. October 4th, 1970, 12:30 a.m. Barney's Beanery, Hollywood, California. Janice Joplin is enjoying what will be the last drink of her tumultuous life. In less than 1 hour, she'll be dead. Janice and her bandmates from the Full Tilt Boogie Band are unwinding at the local bar after a day of working on their new album, Pearl.
Ken told me that she was really happy with the way things were coming along. He says, "Don't you guys ever leave me." I said, "Don't worry, we won't."
In Janice's latest band, she's found a great group of musicians, a new family, and most importantly, a way to get back into the spotlight. In 1970, after the breakup of the Cosmic Blues Band, Janice decided to get clean and get herself a new band. They called themselves the Full Tilt Boogie Band.
What I saw in Janice the minute we went out on the road with Full Tilt Boogie was a changed woman, and in the way that I really didn't expect was that she had figured out how to be the band leader. And from before we even hit the road, they all came together as personalities. They were a band.
It wasn't Janice and the Full Tilt Boogie Band. She was a member of the Full Tilt Boogie Band, and she liked it that way.
Janice's performances that summer they made you think of Monterey. They made me think of the best evenings with Big Brother, because they were Janice at her best, but they're pretty much that way every night, because she felt so positive about the band. The most fun we had in the summer of 1970 was going up to Canada and being part of Festival Express.
Festival Express was a tour across Canada by train involving the cream of Canadian and American rock and roll.
Are we in Calgary already? Everybody said,
It was like Woodstock on wheels. We had a great deal of fun pretty much from the start. But the train was special because we were with all these other musicians, and of course she knew the Dead. It just went from one thing to another.
All through the summer of 1970, Janice Joplin was back at the top of her game. Once again, she was the toast of the town. And in June, feeling confident that her demons were finally behind her, she made a surprising announcement to her favorite TV host, Dick Cavett.
You ever get back to Port Arthur, Texas?
No, but I'm going back in August, man. I guess what I'm doing.
I don't know.
I'm going to my
there?
10th annual high school reunion.
Do you think you'll have a lot to say to your old high school classmates?
I'm gonna laugh a lot, man.
Were you not surrounded by friends in high school?
They laughed me out of class, out of town, and out of the state. So I'm going home.
Oh, I thought it was hilarious. I loved it. I mean, that was Janice. You know, that was, the timing, everything was just perfect.
She wanted to go home with all her finery and her reputation and her well-earned fame and strut for Port Arthur.
Well, she wanted to rub their faces in it, I think. She was like, I'm going to go back and show those guys and really make them upset.
Janice longed to be accepted by her hometown. Instead, she found herself again taking on the role of unwelcome outsider. Even her family gave her a chilly reception. Her brother Michael recalls.
My parents treated her pretty cold, and they were pretty upset with the way she'd been talking about them and the town. So that was a real tense situation around the house. And some of the cold reception she'd received from her friends, it really put a change of perspective in her.
And it didn't really work out for her, you know, because I guess they still didn't accept her.
News crews were around and all that kind of stuff. There's a great interview that she was doing at the reunion. They were asking her all these questions, and you can really see her start to retreat from that I want to rub it in your face stuff. And she became really vulnerable, like maybe this wasn't a great idea to come be a jerk.
Chastened, Janice returned to the West Coast. In the early fall, she began working on her new album, Pearl. As usual, when visiting LA, she booked herself into the Landmark Hotel. In less than 30 minutes, her final stay here will be over. Returning from Barney's Beanery, Janice bids goodnight to her band and returns to her room alone. She reaches for the heroin she bought earlier that day and prepares to inject it. After fixing, in what will be her final act, Janice leaves her room and walks to the front desk of the lobby, looking for change for the cigarette machine. As she makes small talk with the night manager, the man has no idea that he will be the last person to see Janis Joplin alive. Janice buys a pack of Marlboro cigarettes, returns to room 105, and starts to undress. Suddenly, she pitches forward as a blast of nearly pure heroin shoots to her brain and knocks her to the ground. It's October 4th, 1970, 1:30 a.m. Janis Joplin has just injected a rogue batch of heroin, which has stopped her heart. For the next 18 hours, she lies undiscovered, wedged between her bed and a side table. When she doesn't show up at the recording studio the following day, her producer, Paul Rothchild, phones her manager, John Cook.
Paul called me at the motel and said Janice was supposed to be here an hour ago, and she's not here, and she's always on time. So I went to the desk and I got the key. Went to the room, and there was Janice, except that Janice wasn't there. I put a finger on flesh, and the spirit was long gone, and there was no question. Janice was dead on the floor of her motel room.
Her death is estimated at 1:30 a.m. on October 4th, 1970. Her autopsy confirms that she died of a massive drug overdose. Generally, heroin on the street is hugely diluted and less than 3% pure. When tested, it was found that what Janice had in her system was 40 to 50% pure.
There was a story on the 10 o'clock news. Still gets me. Still gets me.
That same weekend in LA, 8 other people die of an overdose of almost pure heroin. Janis Joplin's album, Pearl, is released 4 months later and becomes her best-selling and most critically acclaimed record.
It's just too dangerous to play around with that stuff. And most people I know that did aren't with us anymore because it can kill you in a snap.
It was inevitable and really surprising, both at the same time.
When she died of a heroin overdose, it was really hard because I didn't have a role model anymore.
Nobody was surprised. I wasn't surprised at her death. But one of the most truly surprising things about Janice's life and death is that she's still with us. Is that 37 years later, no matter where you are in America, you can flip on your car radio, and at some point or another, you're going to hear Janis Joplin singing.
Janice was like a race car driver, you know. They win races, they get great adulation from the fans, but there's always the chance that they'll wipe out.
I had a dream where Janice was on stage, and it was the end of the set, the end of the encore. And that was maybe a month or so after she died, and I felt like it was Janice coming to say goodbye. And Janice came down the ramp, and there was this little girl needing approval and comfort. And she said, was it okay? Was I okay? And I said, you were great.
London, September 6th, 1978. Keith Moon is the drummer for rock giants The Who. For the past decade, he's been one of the most outrageous performers in rock and roll.
Keith Moon was an octopus. Nobody'd ever seen a drummer like that.
He's a drumming genius whose talents are overshadowed by his wild man ways.
It was like a time bomb. You never know when he was going to go off.
Keith's life was a non-stop party, from the day he joined The Who to the day he died.
When it comes to self-destruction, Moon is rock's poster boy.
I don't know how he survived, as long as he did.
And soon, the curtain will drop on the clown prince of rock and roll. This is the last 24 hours in the life of Keith Moon. September 6th, 1978. It's early afternoon, and Keith Moon, legendary drummer of rock supergroup The Who, is, as usual, sleeping in. He and his latest girlfriend have, for the last few months, been living at fellow musician Harry Nilsson's apartment in London's West End. It's the same apartment where, 4 years earlier, singer Mama Cass died of a heart attack. And, in just 24 hours, Keith Moon will also be dead. For the last few weeks, Moon has been basking in the attention given to The Who's latest album, Who Are You?
Who Are You is coming out the 21st of August. That's our album, you know. That's the album.
As it races up the charts, Who Are You is on its way to becoming both a critical and a commercial success.
The Who had just released the album, Who Are You? They were in the media. They were all over the press. Keith was back in the public eye.
For the moment, things are going well for Moon, especially with his girlfriend, former Swedish model, Annette Walter-Lax.
He was very cuddly. He was very lovable. He would say, God, I love you so much, and I'm so appreciative that you can still be here.
As well, Keith Moon, a struggling alcoholic, finally seems to be putting his life back together.
He could be like a teddy bear. I mean, he was the nicest man you could ever find. But it didn't take much alcohol or anything else to turn him into something completely different.
After drinking hard for more than 10 solid years, the lifestyle has more than caught up with him.
Keith had drunk himself really into the ground, I mean, really hard. And you see the pictures of him in his early 30s, and he looks like he's in his 40s or worse.
In control of your life at all?
Oh, we are certain days.
Certain days?
Yeah.
What do you like the other days?
Drunk.
For years, Moon has tried to control what has become a very dangerous habit. Out of desperation, he's turned to a drug called heminevrin, an alcohol withdrawal medication.
Heminevrin was a very, very strong drug, the kind of drug that should probably only be administered in hospitals.
Ironically, in less than 23 hours, his life will be cut short by an overdose of the very pills that are meant to save him.
I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous to give it to someone like Keith, who's used to just downing whatever there is. I mean, his pill intake was phenomenal.
Keith Moon's larger-than-life appetite for booze and pills has been fueled by a life spent at the very top of the rock and roll food chain. For the last decade, Moon and his band, The Who, have dominated the world of rock. They first blasted onto the scene as part of the British invasion. No one had ever heard or seen anything like them before.
The first time you heard My Generation, I went, what was that? Everybody knew the Beatles and the Stones, but we didn't know that there was going to be a tidal wave of bands coming from England. And everybody wanted to say, well, who is this band, The Who?
The Who were the godfathers of punk. They couldn't care less about yesterday and even less about tomorrow.
The music matched the anger. They smashed their guitars, and we were like, what? You know, I'd never seen anything like that.
They were just phenomenal stage band. You know, there was no band that could touch them.
But The Who were also musical innovators. They moved from 3-minute amphetamine-fueled teen anthems to psychedelia, from psychedelia to genre-busting rock opera. And at the band's centre was Keith Moon.
Who was this drummer? Nobody had ever seen a drummer like that. I mean, Ringo was a great drummer. Charlie Watts was a great drummer. Keith Moon was an octopus. He was all over the place, and to this day is still the best rock drummer of all time.
Before Keith came along, the drummer was just a guy who sat in the back and kept the beat. And he really was the first drummer to become a frontman drummer.
He was really sort of the most watchable drummer there was. You know, you could watch him, because drummers are not that visually interesting, but Keith used to put on little performances.
And for his finale, he would often smash his kit to pieces. But Moon was as explosive off as he was on the stage.
Keith is the epitome of the bad, hotel-smashing, over-the-top rock star. We'd been in some hotel room and he's looking at all this wreckage in the hotel room, and he was sitting there thinking, you know, I think this is one of my best.
Moon's crazy antics were also witnessed by fellow drummer Kenny Jones.
I was in the room next door to him, and I could hear this scraping and stuff like that, and I thought, what's that? I think we're like rats or mice or something. And all of a sudden, the wall started to move forward, and then it sort of, Keith burst through, said, fancy a drink? It was great. He just chopped his way through the wall.
Moon's practical jokes were the stuff of legend. Once armed with an inflatable doll, Moon paraded through town, pretending to indulge in a naughty and very public act.
He's got the mic, and through the big loudspeakers at the front, he's going, oh, let me go, don't take him down. It's like a girl in distress. And everybody's looking in the car saying, oh, there's someone, you know, being molested in the back of that Bentley. And the coppers come in, and they go, oh, it's a joke.
Moon marched to his own beat. His madcap ways soon earned him the tag Moon the Loon.
Keith was a showman, but he was also a clown. He was just, I mean, he was naturally funny.
One of his tricks was that if you're in a restaurant, he wasn't getting attention or whatever, he'd strip off naked and lie on the table.
He always made you laugh. He always had a laugh there for you. The spotlights will be on him if he was at the party. I mean, he just, oh, there is Keith Moon. Let's see what he's going to do.
Wherever he went, Keith Moon was the life of the party.
And madcap Keith Moon entertains the crowd at the celebrity party.
If you dared him to do anything, he would do it. And he was great to be around with because he was alive, he was a personality. And that was the greatest thing about Keith.
But Moon's crazy antics didn't always amuse. His partying ways were affecting his playing on stage. He was often late for rehearsals or concerts. The rest of the Who were growing impatient with Moon the Loon.
Pete got hold of Keith and just said, listen, this is it. There's no more messing around. You can't cut it. If you can't cut it, you're going to be out of the band. Which for Keith was the end of the world,
But on September 6th, 1978, enjoying the success of the band's latest album, Moon is doing everything he can to stay away from drinking. But on this day, it's not the bottle he has to worry about. September 6th, 1978, 4 p.m. For the past few months, rock drummer Keith Moon has been staying at a London flat, desperately trying to gain control over his addiction to booze. To help him, he's been prescribed heminevrin, a drug designed to wean addicts off alcohol. And so far, things are going rather well. But in 23 hours, he'll be dead. On this particular afternoon, Keith Moon is struggling with whether or not to attend the star-studded bash tonight, thrown by his good friend Paul McCartney. For someone trying to keep his drinking under control, the party sounds like a bad idea.
I'm sure that Keith thought, on one hand, I want to go to this party, see friends. On the other hand, I'm going to have to. Am I going to be able to not drink? Is something else going to be offered to me in the bathrooms? Am I going to expect to jump on the table and get naked like I used to do and have so much fun doing? And I'm sure that Keith felt that if he went to this party, people would expect things from him. However, this is not an invitation you turn down.
But his girlfriend Annette is keen to go.
I was probably showing disappointment. Of course, I've been looking forward to this big event. It was the biggest event of the year in London that year.
In part, Moon is concerned that sober, his friends will find him rather boring.
I think he was finding being Keith Moon was an awful difficult thing to keep going because people expected him to pull these amazing practical jokes and stories all the time.
Keith had to be the centre of attention everywhere. Whether it was on stage playing with The Who, or afterwards backstage in the dressing room, or in a club, or in a car, or waiting in a corridor, or anywhere, Keith had to be the centre of attention.
Moon the Loon's urge to be centre stage began early. He was born Keith John Moon on August 23rd, 1946, in the very ordinary West London suburb of Wembley. His mother, Kathleen, was a housewife, and his father, Alfred, a mechanic. From the very start, young Keith did everything he could to stand out from the rest.
Keith just seemed to be imbued with like a mischievousness and a creativity, and that's a creativity that most people loved because he could be so entertaining. He could also get himself into trouble.
Hardly a model student, one teacher labelled the young Moon artistically retarded and idiotic. No one knew that behind that mischievous energy was what would now probably be diagnosed as a bad case of ADD, or attention deficit disorder.
So what you have is this kid who's running around like crazy, exhibiting all the natural signs of kind of ADD and hyperactivity. And people say, there's a character, or he'll grow out of it, or, what a lot of energy that kid has.
And at age 14, Keith Moon dropped out of school. As a way of focusing his boundless energy, his parents encouraged his interest in music, and he fell in love with the drums.
The drums allowed a sense of rebellion, because the drums are a noisy instrument, and people often don't like hearing people playing drums in a street of terraced houses. So they represent the chance to, basically piss people off.
Keith did not want to be an ordinary drummer. While most young percussionists in Britain were imitating the rock-steady style of the day, Keith Moon found his muse in the crazed drumming of American jazz great Gene Krupa.
Gene Krupa was probably his blueprint, because Gene Krupa did things that nobody else did either. He was very theatrical. You look at the old things of Gene Krupa, and you say, Keith Moon developed some kind of style that was so bizarre. He was Gene Krupa.
Moon practiced every chance he could. Word travelled fast around London of Moon's over-the-top style. And in April 1964, after playing in a few local groups, he auditioned for one of London's hottest young bands, The Who. As usual, Keith made sure to make a big impression.
Keith's in the audience with his ginger suit and his ginger hair and his ginger everything, and says, I can drum better than him, you know, of The Who's drummer. And Pete Townsend, liking the cockiness of the situation, said, well, go on then, give it a try.
After ending his audition by breaking the drum kit, The Who hired him on the spot. Keith Moon was only 17 years old.
Within a very short period, Keith had joined the band. He'd got to learn all the numbers and learn to get on with the other guys and, you know, fit in. But within just a few weeks, they're in the studio recording.
The Who were at the vanguard of a new British subculture called the Mods. Kicking against stuffy post-war values, they wore sharp suits and drove Italian scooters.
It's almost as though the country went from black and white to colour, sort of overnight, and Keith was at the perfect age to jump into this new colourful world.
For Keith Moon, determined to stand out from the crowd, he couldn't have picked a better band. The Who were all about flash.
The Who were the archetypal mod band. They were very, very sharp fashion-wise. Keith was really sharp. He quickly developed this look of having a mod symbol. It's just the RAF symbol, the red, white and blue target. He would wear that on a T-shirt. It's one of these pure symbols and never dies.
But The Who were also getting high with the mod's drug of choice, speed.
Speed that makes you really thirsty, so then you drink more, you know, then you stay up all night, and then you're off in a different zone. Now you're in the party world.
For a teenager hell-bent on grabbing every shred of attention, the endless flow of speed and booze gave Moon license to be as loud and as outrageous as he wanted. A witness to Moon's early pill-popping was close friend Richard Barnes.
I got out my amphetamine pills, and I had, I don't know, about 18 of them, and he stuck the lot in one. He went and put them in his mouth. I think that's probably enough to kill you. It just took them. It's incredible, and went on and played.
Fueled by alcohol and speed, The Who soon changed the face of live rock and roll forever.
They were playing at the Railway Hotel Club, which was a basement below a pub, and it had a low ceiling. So Pete used to do this thing where he's playing, where he just put his guitar up like that. And he put it up, and it went through the ceiling. You know, broke the ceiling, and he broke the neck off the guitar.
During The Who's next performance, not to be outdone, Keith Moon joined in on the mayhem.
Keith just smashed up his drum kit after the set was finished, which was great. He kicked his drum kit over and started bashing it to bits. Things like that, Keith should get the credit for, because if Keith hadn't have done that, Pete would never have smashed up a guitar again.
Rock and roll would never be the same again. But now, more than a decade later, in his London flat, still mulling over whether or not to attend Paul McCartney's Big Bash, Keith Moon is worried that without a drink or two, he can't possibly live up to that larger-than-life reputation. And in late afternoon, determined to stay on the wagon, he comes up with an alternative solution.
Keith made a phone call and somebody came a couple of hours later with some cocaine.
He would have his contacts. Yeah, like every rock and roller. And they'd be delivered. Simple as that. It's like having a pizza delivered now.
There's no dispute or doubt that once Keith became a real alcoholic, he developed a big cocaine habit as well. It became much more visible to other members of The Who, and they were troubled by it.
Moon slips away to take care of business. But Annette is hardly blind to what's going on.
I think I said something to him, oh, have you taken that stuff? And I was worried.
Moon's system now contains cocaine and heminevrin, his anti-alcohol medication. Buzzed from the cocaine, Moon does an about-face. Now he's ready to party.
After that, he changed his mind. And he wanted to go to the party. I think he registered my disappointment and did it for my sake. He did it for me.
It's one favor she would later wish he'd refused. September 6th, 1978, 9 p.m, London. Drum legend Keith Moon has only 18 hours left to live. He and his girlfriend, Annette Walter Lax, are on their way to a party being thrown by ex-Beatle Paul McCartney. It's a pre-screening bash for the launch of the film The Buddy Holly Story. Earlier, for fear of being tempted to drink, Moon had been reluctant to attend. But thanks to a few lines of coke, he quickly changed his mind. From the second he arrives, Keith is treated like true rock royalty and is given the best seat in the house.
Keith was at the main table. He sat with Paul and Linda McCartney. He's not off at some side table with the side musicians. He's at the main table.
Also on hand are famous British talk show host David Frost and Kenny Jones, ex-drummer for The Faces.
Keith and I just went straight into each other, just talking, because we hadn't seen each other for a while. I said, how about you, Keith? What you been at? He said, I'm clean, I'm straight, And he was telling me that he'd given up drinking for nearly 6 months, and he felt so much better.
For partygoers, Keith's calm behaviour comes as something of a surprise. One of those who's taken aback is BBC radio personality Annie Nightingale.
He seemed very subdued and not the crazy Keith, putting all kinds of jokes.
For girlfriend Annette, the change in Keith comes as a welcome relief.
I felt like for once I was relaxing with him. I felt safe, and I could probably for the first time enjoy a party with him as a normal couple. It was wonderful.
Dealing with Moon's crazy rock and roll antics has never been easy for the women in his life. 12 years earlier, just as the swinging 60s slipped into gear and girls were throwing themselves at the band, Keith Moon once again did the unexpected. He became a husband and father.
Keith fell in love with a girl from Bournemouth called Kim Kerrigan. Keith was young, she was even younger. He gets her pregnant.
Perhaps influenced by the conservative values of his upbringing, Moon decided to do the right thing. He married Kim. At 19 and completely unprepared, the crazed drummer was now a family man.
I don't think he was ready to be a father. I mean, I don't think he was really a good father or a bad father. I don't think he was around enough to have really been either.
A family sort of interfered with his 24-hour party ambition. And in Keith's world, I don't think school and Monday mornings existed, and parents' evenings and all these, and kids with earache and all these sort of normal things. He didn't have room for them in his life. He didn't cope with that sort of thing.
As The Who conquered America and became millionaires in the process, Moon's home life grew increasingly bizarre.
He had his trophy wife and his trophy house. But when it came to actually being a husband or a father, it looked to me like he didn't have a clue.
One particular photo shoot revealed just how clueless he was.
I remember him lying there just being covered with bottles, and I think I was supposed to be asking him, why are you lying like this? And it was an odd thing. And then they took some other pictures of him where I think I had to be ushered out of the room because I think he took his clothes off. Like, no, Mandy's not going to be in these ones.
In love with Keith, Kim made the best of a difficult situation.
Kim was an absolute saint, really, to put up with him.
But for Kim, living with her superstar husband would soon get worse. On January 4th, 1970, Keith's heavy partying took a tragic turn.
It was a very dark, black, stormy night, the sort of night where you don't go out. And I didn't want to go particularly, but Keith said, come on, dear boy. So, you know, with all the enthusiasm that the guy had, so, all right, we'll go.
There was a opening of a disco just outside London, and it was the kind of thing that Keith didn't need to be doing, but he agreed to open this disco in a pub because, hey, it seemed like a fun night out.
As the event came to a close, Moon, Kim and their entourage were ready to leave. At Moon's side was his old friend Larry Smith.
I said to Keith, okay, we've snipped the ribbon, we've had a few beers, had some champagne, let's just go.
But outside the club, a group of drunken skinheads took offence to Moon's flashy clothes and fancy car.
The noise was deafening inside the car. They were pounding on the roof, kicking the sides of the doors. Well, they would have killed us if they'd have gone into the car.
To protect the car and his passengers, Moon's friend and driver Neil Boland jumped out to confront the violent skinheads.
Keith's driver was a guy called Neil Boland, who was not one of the professional security people you would employ now. Keith was always employing friends.
Left in gear, Moon's car began to lurch forward. Moon slipped into the driver's seat and guided the vehicle as it rolled down a hill away from the angry mob. But in the commotion, Neil Boland fell under the wheels and was dragged under the car, crushing him to death.
It basically fell on Keith's shoulders that one way or another he had been responsible for the death of his friend, and Keith got very, very, very low.
Although later exonerated in court, the guilt was too deep to shake. Moon found solace in the bottle and in the company of groupies.
He told me that he and Kim had been separated and were breaking up and had broken up, which I found out later wasn't true. And I was his LA girlfriend, and we would just hang out. I would just live his life with him for those few days. And when he went back home, I had to recuperate because it was nonstop mania and very little sleep and a lot of drugs. He did a lot more than I did, and he did a lot of drinking too.
But in Moon's idea of marriage, adultery was not a two-way street.
He was so jealous, you see. He would go out and run around with women, but if she ever dared look at another man or do anything, he'd go mad.
That jealousy brought out Moon's dark side.
I saw him punch her. I saw him like rip off what she was wearing, and she's trying to get away from him. There was a time when he banged her head on the floor and she had to have stitches, and I saw that. I saw him do that.
In 1973, after years of drunken abuse, Kim finally decided to leave the marriage, taking with her 7-year-old Amanda.
I have to say I feel a little sad just because I didn't know him very well. As an adult now, I look back and I think it would be nice to have known him better.
The failure of his marriage and of his one and only attempt at fatherhood would haunt Keith Moon for the remainder of his days. Now, at Paul McCartney's party, he's focused on more positive things, staying sober and hanging out with Annette. But as the evening wears on, it becomes clear that The Who's drummer hasn't beaten his addictions. Addictions that will soon end his short, crazy life. September 6th, 1978, London. Drum legend Keith Moon and his girlfriend Annette are at Paul McCartney's pre-screening party for the film The Buddy Holly Story. It's 11 p.m. and Moon has only 16 hours left to live. Initially abstaining from drink, Moon finally gives in and has a couple of glasses of champagne. He now has alcohol, cocaine, and his anti-booze drug heminevrin in his system. Keith Moon's girlfriend, Annette, leaves him at the table and heads to the dance floor.
While she's on the dance floor, he's apparently telling everybody how much he loves her and that he wants to marry her, and he doesn't tell her.
I heard afterwards that he had planned to ask me to marry him the next day. To actually hear that he said it to other people that night.
For the first time in years, Keith Moon's love life seems balanced and healthy. But less than 5 years earlier, following his ugly separation from his wife Kim, Moon's life was in a complete freefall. And on November 20th, 1973, at a concert in San Francisco, it all came crashing to the ground.
Someone passed him some drugs, which I think they turned out to be like kind of horse tranquilizers.
Moon was completely unaware of the potency of the pills. As they reached the middle of The Who's 70s anthem, Won't Get Fooled Again, Keith suffered a total collapse. Unable to finish the concert, Moon was dragged backstage unconscious.
The Who being consummate professionals, the show had to go on.
Scott Halpin, a 19-year-old kid from Iowa, stepped in, playing the rest of the show. For Moon, the message was clear. He could be replaced.
Roger came up to me at one stage and said, "You better tell him to get his act together, or if he's out of the band."
Soon after, the band took a break from touring.
To Keith, it was a death sentence because he lived for being on the road, for hotel life, all the stuff that Pete hated, Keith loved.
With The Who now on hiatus, Moon increasingly began to worry about his future.
When are we likely to see a tour by The Who here?
A good question, and one that I wish I could answer.
And then, one evening in 1974, in a London nightclub, he spotted a beautiful young Swedish model, Annette Walter-Lax.
He saw Annette sit down there with a boyfriend, and he gave £10 for the bouncer to throw the boyfriend out, which they duly did.
Yeah, my date left, and I was stuck there with this Keith, who was he just mesmerized me.
Keith chatted her up with a bottle of Dom Perignon, and that's how they ended up.
I was adventurous, I was young, I was a rebel. I didn't know who Keith Moon was. I had no idea.
Having won her heart, Moon stole Annette off to LA, where he hoped to change his life around. He was already a superstar. Maybe he didn't need The Who after all.
He wanted to be a star. There comes a point where maybe The Who's not enough for Keith.
When Moon arrived in Los Angeles in the autumn of 1974, he discovered that the place was crawling with other British rock stars.
In the mid-70s, the music business was based in LA. Ringo moved out there. David Bowie moved out there. John Lennon moved out there. Alice Cooper was out there.
This guy comes over, a guy named Keith Moon, drives up in this 25-foot-long Rolls Royce, the biggest thing you've ever seen. And he has all the interior taken out, and in the back he has a throne put in. And the roof comes off so he can stand up when he's going down Hollywood Boulevard, and he'd be waving to the crowds, you know. That was a normal day for Keith.
Let's make records.
Determined on shaping his own destiny with or without The Who, he began to record what would be his first and only solo album, Two Sides of the Moon.
Do me good, do you good.
Do me good, do us good tonight, right?
He tried, bless his soul, but his drumming is better than his singing. Yes, I think so.
Oh!
But the album was anything but a rousing success.
No, must have sold all of 50 copies, you know. Apparently it's one of the most expensive records ever made. They had a non-stop party on that record. They had fleets of limousines. You know, it cost an absolute fortune. It went on and on and on. I mean, it's incredible.
Surrounded by all the temptations of Hollywood, Keith Moon now took his partying to new all-time highs.
It was very hard to sort of keep up with the lifestyle of the celebrities. I mean, they were called in all the time, and Keith as well, of course, being the party guy that he was. He wanted attention. He needed that. He wanted that.
He'd wear you out, because as soon as you thought, okay, it's over, he'd go, let's go to Vegas. I don't know where he got this energy. I mean, probably a lot of it was pharmaceutical. There was a lot of pharmaceuticals going on, and I think Keith was probably kept himself going at 100 miles an hour.
We'd be drinking drugs. He was so into coke, it was unbelievable.
Keith started to get involved in drinking and drugs in quantities that couldn't only propel you on a downward spiral.
Now, 4 years later, back in London, Moon is determined to stop that downward spiral. It's 1 a.m, and after attending Paul McCartney's party, he decides to leave partway through the screening of the Buddy Holly story.
He was restless, and he said, I can't sit through this. I don't want to watch this. Let's go.
Uncharacteristically, Annette and Keith call it an early night and head home.
We said goodbye to each other, and he went off, and that was it, really. That's the last time Keith and I saw each other.
But as the night has worn on, for someone who's only had 2 drinks, Keith Moon seems strangely out of sorts. One of those who notices is Keith's old friend Roy Carr, who earlier bumped into him outside the theatre.
He dashes over to me and he's given me this really big bear hug. Oh, hey. And then he's like that for about 2 or 3 minutes, and he stands back and there's tears on his face. I said, what's up? He said, oh, no, it's just good to... You suddenly realise who your friends are. I said, well, we've been friends for a number of years, you know, what's brought this on? And he didn't say anything.
Moon doesn't know it, but the very drug that's meant to save him is on the brink of destroying him. In 14 hours, he'll be dead. September 7th, 1978, 2 a.m. Keith Moon has only 13 hours to live. After attending a party and special screening for the Buddy Holly story, Keith Moon and his girlfriend, Annette Walter Lax, return to their flat. Moon has been taking large amounts of heminevrin, a drug prescribed to help him with his alcohol withdrawal and insomnia.
I didn't know they were dangerous. I didn't see them as dangerous because they were prescribed by the doctor. So I trusted the situation.
But, as with everything else in his life, Moon's been overdoing it and completely ignoring the recommended dosage.
The effect of heminevrin is that you feel drunk if you take them. You should have them in hospital by nurses or doctors that can see how many tablets you get per hour or whatever. I didn't know that then.
Annette is used to watching him take all these pills and being really not particularly educated to what this is all about, is thinking, well, at least they're meant to be good pills. You know, it's better than the bad pills.
They were supposed to make him sober. They were supposed to make him stop wanting to drink alcohol. That's what I know.
As Moon gets ready for bed, he asks Annette to fix him some food.
He was hungry when he got back, so I went to the kitchen. I knew we had some lamb, as a matter of fact. He loved lamb. He ate that, and he wanted to watch this film.
With a belly full of food and heminevrin, Keith Moon finally drifts off to sleep. Moon's serious attempt at kicking the bottle began over a year ago with the announcement from The Who that they were planning to record a new album. Who Are You? He left his home in LA and headed back to London for the recording. But throughout the recording sessions, Moon continued to drink heavily.
I remember him in the recording studios trying to do it sober, and he couldn't do it. He was just screaming out for brandy. He couldn't fulfill his status of drumming without the alcohol.
Overweight and out of shape, he struggled to play.
I saw him struggling in recording studios. He was just struggling. Whereas before, you couldn't stop him, you couldn't shut him up. This time, he just didn't have the stamina to keep it going, you know.
For Moon, it was a question of shape up or ship out.
It was like, Keith, you know, get your act together or you're toast, you know, we're going to get somebody else. And I think to some degree, maybe this plays back into Keith's insecurities that, you know, the band had existed before him, and maybe there was a threat that the band could exist after him.
I put him in a detox clinics at various times in LA and London, but no, it didn't work. They caught him drinking aftershave.
To help him with his withdrawal, his sleeping problems, and curb his cravings for alcohol, Moon was prescribed Heminevrin.
He ended up being prescribed this pill, I'm sure with the best of intentions, to help him deal with his alcohol withdrawal.
Despite Keith's personal struggles, Who Are You was a big winner with Who fans. The boys were back on top. And now, 3 weeks later, in their London flat, Annette is startled awake by disoriented Keith. It's only 7:30 a.m, and they've been sleeping for roughly 3 hours.
In the early hours of the morning, I woke up and him sort of kicking at me. And I said, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" And he was hungry again. And he wanted again this lamb.
Annette is unhappy about it. Keith, according to Annette, swears at her.
And I was a bit grumpy, but I went up and I did it for him. And he ate the lamb.
She makes him the meal. She brings her back to bed. Keith turns the movie on again. He takes more of the same pills. He goes back to sleep.
By now, he's lost count of how many he's already taken.
He started snoring. He was a snorer. And I didn't want to wake him up by kicking at him or nudging him and tell him, oi, you're snoring. So I just took my blanket and I went to sleep on the sofa. And he was asleep in the bedroom. And I thought he was asleep in there. I could hear him sleeping.
As Moon finally drops into a deep and peaceful sleep, Annette is completely unaware that he's quietly slipping away. London, September 7th, 1978. It's 3:30 p.m. and Keith Moon is still dead to the world. Earlier in the day, he took several handfuls of Heminevrin, an alcohol withdrawal medication, and he's been asleep ever since.
I woke up. It was the afternoon. I went into the bedroom, and it was this strange feeling when I came into the bedroom because I couldn't hear him breathing. It was just like a silence that was like lead heavy. And I could just see Keith with his left arm hanging over the side like that on his tummy. And right there and then I knew something was wrong. So I just darted in there, flew on top of him, turned him around, and I just went into panic.
Not knowing what to do, she calls the doctor who prescribed the drugs. At 5 p.m, both the ambulance and the doctor arrive to discover that Moon has suffered cardiac arrest.
They try and restart his heart. It's all to no avail, and Keith is very clearly dead and probably has been for a few hours.
And I put a blanket over him and carried him out. He was gone.
At 5:50 p.m, September 7th, 1978, Keith Moon, the greatest rock drummer of his generation, is pronounced dead.
They'd been expecting it for years, but it still came as a shock. Partly because he'd calmed down and was attempting to resolve his drinking problem.
They announced the death of Keith Moon, who died from a drug overdose. And I thought, someone's winding somebody up here.
Everyone thought it was actually a huge practical joke, being Keith. At the funeral, or as a doctor, he said he fully expected Keith to jump out of the coffin and go, ha, 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 fortune.
But unfortunately, it was no joke. An autopsy 2 weeks later concludes that Moon had 26 undissolved heminevrin tablets in his stomach.
Was Keith knowledgeable of how many pills he was taking that night? Did he know that he was taking way more than was sensible, way more than the limit? We just will never, ever know.
I think people who knew him well were surprised that he lived as long as he did. He made it longer than Hendrix or Joplin or Brian Jones or Jim Morrison. He made it 4 more years. So that was pretty surprising that he actually lived as long as he did. But of course it's sad, you know, when somebody that huge, that bombastic, that alive is no longer on the planet.
About 10 days before he died, Keith, out of the blue, phoned me up and said, I want you to write my life story. So I go, really? What? Yeah, why? Why did he want to write his life story? And then, you know, 10 days later, he was dead. I did find that very strange.
The thing with Keith is everybody loved Keith. I mean, they could get fed up with him, but everybody loved him. The Who loved him, his wife loved him, his bodyguard, people who looked after him, had to look after him, really all loved him, and yet they could never really convince Keith of this. They could never really convince Keith that it was all right, that the world loved him, and that he didn't have to keep trying to prove himself.
Everyone knows him as Moon the Loon, but what he's left is a legacy of drumming, of the drumming technique. That, to me, God rest his soul, is what is left.
If you take away all the insanity of Keith Moon and just listen to the drums, he's irreplaceable.
Kenny Jones, one of the last people to see Keith Moon alive, would go on to replace him as the new drummer for The Who. Ironically, on the cover of his last album with The Who, Keith Moon is shown sitting on a chair bearing the words, "Not to be taken away."
Well, I lost the man I loved, of course. The Who lost the best drummer ever. The world lost a character that can't be replaced. Yeah, gosh, and now he was just amazing.
September 6th, 1996. Tupac Shakur is the most successful hip-hop artist in the world.
He's no different than the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley. Tupac was a king of rap.
To his legions of fans, he's the ultimate gangster rapper.
Thug life, that's my comment.
He's the angry voice of urban America.
Yes, I am gonna say that I'm a thug. That's because I came from the gutter.
People in the hood call him Black Jesus. They was like he was sent here to save us.
But to the authorities and to his rivals within the world of hip-hop, he's seen as a threat.
You know, America eats its babies. No matter what y'all think about me, I'm still your child, you know?
He said many times, I'm going to die. I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory.
And soon, that prophecy will come true. This is the story of the final hours in the life of Tupac Shakur. Los Angeles, California, September 6, 1996. It's 11:30 p.m. and Tupac Shakur leaves Lacey Studios in downtown LA, where he's just finished shooting his latest video. After scoring 6 top 10 singles in the last 6 years, Tupac is riding a wave of success that other artists can only envy. But in just 24 hours, that ride will come to a sudden and brutal end. After driving to his mansion in the LA suburb of Calabasas, Tupac, exhausted from the video shoot, steals a few hours' sleep. In the morning, his cousin, Jamal Al-Hussein, reminds him that they have to leave on a trip to Las Vegas.
Because our birthdays is in the same month, he wanted me to celebrate our birthdays together in Vegas.
Tupac is going to Vegas to catch a boxing match and then play at a local club. With him is his live-in girlfriend, Kidada Jones, daughter of legendary record producer Quincy Jones. Within hours, they hit the road. But Tupac is less than eager to make the trip.
Pac didn't want to go, you know what I'm saying? It was obvious, it was some other family issues that he wanted to deal with back in Atlanta, and he wasn't really keen on the whole Vegas trip, you know what I mean?
But at the urging of his manager, Tupac goes along with the plan. It will be the last trip he ever takes. Five years earlier, back in 1991, the only plan for Tupac Shakur was making it to the top in the competitive world of hip-hop. And with his first album, Tupacalypse Now, Tupac was well on his way. From the start, he forged a powerful bond with his fans, rapping about the cold reality of life on the streets.
When he put that pen to paper and he opened up his mouth on that mic, it was just, you know, God had to be working. It seemed like every song he wrote, his life was coming out. Like it was just taking the blood out of him.
They got Little Italy, Little everything. They don't have a Little Africa, they got the ghetto. And we think that that's ours. That's not even ours. That's just what was left over.
His songs stood up for the powerless, the poor, the forgotten, those with no political voice in society. In 1994, Shakur clearly spelled out his philosophy in an album entitled Thug Life.
But he wanted the ones who didn't think nobody gave a to see that he gave Thug Life, the hate you gave little infants. Everyone. Thug Life isn't just something for me. Thug Life is for you too. Anybody. It's all the that society throws at you.
Thug Life is about choices. When you make the wrong choices, you end up in a life that you don't really want to be in. And that's what Thug Life is, against all odds. I'ma still make it.
Tupac even had his political creed etched onto his skin.
And all his tattoos meant something. He had 50 with an AK-47 tattooed on him. And what he believed is that 50 black men can do anything, if they put their mind to it, and they were all pulling at the same time in the same direction.
Fans fell in love with his swagger and with his utter refusal to tone down his message.
Was it incendiary? Was it crazy? Were the kids screaming at his concerts? Were girls tearing off their shirts? Were guys, like, you know, saluting with the pistol salute in the air? Yes, they were doing all that. And, I mean, that's hip-hop, that's rock and roll.
Tupac's appeal went way beyond the ghetto, pulling in white, middle-class suburban kids who enjoyed the danger he brought from the other side of the tracks.
Whether it was his energy or, you know, his force or his excitement or, you know, whatever it was, I believe that he connected with men and women and black and white and old and young.
He always kind of had this ideology that he didn't need a record label. He didn't need the movies. All he needed to do was stay real. Because if he stays real and he keeps telling the kids what is authentic to him, that they will always relate. He will never be begging for bread.
If it was attention that Tupac was looking for, he more than got it. But not always for the right reasons. As he climbed the ladder, some in the hip-hop community looked on with envy. Tupac Shakur was starting to make enemies.
Hip-hop is about competition and about, you know, I'm better than you and, you know, I get more chicks than you. And it's very competitive, almost like a sport. Then you have these, you know, these huge egos working against each other. It's a recipe for destruction.
And soon, rap's obsession with rivalry and violence will hit the glitzy streets of Vegas. And someone will overthrow its reigning king. September 7th, 1996, 3 p.m. Tupac Shakur has arrived in Las Vegas, Nevada, where he's scheduled to watch a boxing match and perform at a local club. It's a performance he will never get a chance to give. In less than 9 hours, he'll be gunned down in cold blood. After leaving his girlfriend and cousin behind at the hotel, Tupac kills time before the boxing match by hitting the casino tables. At his side is his trusted bodyguard, Frank Alexander.
We get over to the MGM, and he's gambling again on the crap table, and he's winning. He's winning big. He's doing really well.
Yeah, I remember when we got to Vegas, I think Pac had about 10 grand in his pocket, and it was burning a hole in his pocket. He was trying to get rid of it as fast as he could.
At the table, Tupac is joined by members of the Outlaw Immortals, his backup group.
They were his singers and his friends that were on a lot of the songs that you know, he was doing at that time.
As usual, everywhere Tupac goes, a crowd follows, especially women.
Tupac and women. The women were a dime a dozen. They were there, the groupies, from the movie sets, from the video sets, from the studio, from Italy, wherever.
In the casino, as in life, Tupac plays for high stakes. Riding high in the charts, he can afford to gamble. But 25 years earlier, on the streets of East Harlem, New York City, few would have laid bets on the future success of young Tupac Shakur. His mother, Afeni Shakur, a member of the radical Black Panther Party, was arrested and charged, along with 20 other members, for conspiring to blow up local buildings.
I was captivated by the visualness of the Black Panther Party. I was captivated by the rationality of the Black Panther Party. And I was captivated by the sense of service of the Black Panther Party. For me, the Black Panther Party was a way to legitimately express my anger.
Eventually acquitted of all charges and pregnant with Tupac, Afeni was released from jail after spending 15 months on and off behind bars. And on June 16th, 1971, she gave birth to Tupac Amaru Shakur, who she named after a South American Incan revolutionary, the name meaning shining serpent.
So Shining Serpent is a brilliant spirit. I actually believed in 1971 that giving a child a name empowers him.
But what did not help empower young Tupac was the absence of his father, also a Black Panther, who was rarely around.
What he didn't have was that masculine figure in his life for a sustained period of time that would, you know, you could go play ball with.
Adding to that instability was crippling poverty, at times rendering Tupac and his mother homeless. But in 1986, despite those hardships, Afeni moved to Baltimore and managed to enroll her son in a unique public high school, the Baltimore School for the Arts.
That was a really good experience for Tupac because the other students at the school were all artists. And the environment for artists is different. It's a lot freer, it's a lot less restrictive.
In particular, he fell in love with acting and with rap music.
I think Tupac always believed he could have it all. He could be an incredible and talented MC. He could be an incredible and talented actor. I think he saw no sort of boundaries or limits for, you know, his potential.
But in contrast to school, his life at home was stark.
I had gotten hit by a man that I was having a relationship with. And that had a very bad reaction on my son because I wouldn't allow my son to beat the man up. And that was a real breach for Tupac internally.
In June of 1988, to protect her son from their troubled home life, Afeni sent Tupac to the other end of the country to live with a friend in Marin City, California. But the 16-year-old quickly discovered he had simply traded one nightmare for another.
Marin City, one thing that they're known for is a fist fight. Tupac was a little bitty guy. Even him, fully bulked up, is still a little bitty guy, which makes it even more incredible the kind of the guts that this dude has, because he fears no man, woman, child, animal, none of that, because they can only kill you one time.
Soon, Afeni joined her son in California. But any hope of a happy family reunion was made impossible by her own personal struggles.
My children and I have a bond that is based on the truth and trust. And the bond was broken with a lie. The lie being, I was using drugs, but I can handle it. That's a lie. That lie cost me dearly. Me talking about that period is different from them because in reality, I found drugs, is what I did. I found the answer. My answer was crack.
But despite his contempt for his mother's addiction, Tupac too drifted into the world of narcotics.
He probably sold drugs for about a week. His reason for stopping was because his heart was too big. You understand? When someone brings you their wedding rings and they say, here, I'm gonna give you these wedding rings for some crack. You're like, man, it's that bad? It's come to this? And he quit. He said, I'd rather starve or I'm gonna make this rap thing work.
At 17, Tupac hooked up with neighborhood friend Ray Love to create his first real group, Strictly Dope.
We didn't fear nothing. We would jump on the stage and perform right now. We didn't need no trays of food. We didn't need a special type of mic. We didn't need a rider. We didn't need a limo. Nah, just give me just one mic, man.
Tupac's ability to use that microphone would carry him clear out of Marin City and eventually to Las Vegas, where the world's greatest rapper would be silenced forever. September 7th, 1996, 6:15 p.m. Since arriving in Las Vegas almost 4 hours ago, Tupac Shakur and his entourage have been taking it easy, gambling at the casino and enjoying a few drinks. But in just 5 hours, Tupac Shakur will be gunned down by a cold-blooded killer. On the invitation of his manager and CEO of his record company, Suge Knight, Tupac heads out to see a much-anticipated heavyweight title match between Bruce Seldon and Tupac's close friend, Mike Tyson.
Mike and Pac definitely had a friendship, a special kind of relationship with each other. We were all Tyson fans, you know what I mean? Like Tyson was a hero for us kids from the ghetto.
Since their arrival, Tupac has insisted that his girlfriend Kidada and his cousin Jamala stay back at the hotel. This party is just for the boys.
And I could remember us saying to each other, like, wow, why would they bring us out here and we can't even go to the fight, we can't go to the parties. He don't even want us downstairs. And he kept saying, please, he begged us, please don't go downstairs, please y'all stay up here.
With his girlfriend and cousin safe and sound in their hotel room, Tupac and his bodyguard Frank Alexander head out to the MGM Grand, where the Tyson fight is about to get underway. But for Tupac, getting inside isn't so easy.
There were a ton of people. There were a ton of people in line waiting to get into the fight. As we're walking by, you know, hey, that's Tupac. You know, you hear the whispering, oh, that's Pac. You get the groupies and you get the fans, you know, screaming Tupac.
As they move through the crowd, adoring fans, however, are not the bodyguard's only concern. The famous rapper also has his share of enemies. His recent song, Hit 'Em Up, a scathing attack on fellow rapper Biggie Smalls, has stirred up anger within the hip-hop community. For Frank Alexander, it's a real concern.
And I told Pac, I go, Pac, man, so with that song, he was like, oh man, you heard that, man? He goes, that was off the hook, huh? He goes, they playing it everywhere. He goes, man, it's all in the clubs, man, it's gonna be bad, it's gonna hot, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, Pac, dude, you're gonna need more security. I go, I'm not gonna be able to just handle you by yourself.
Alexander calls on MGM guards for additional backup. For Tupac, the man who's built a career on confrontation, the constant threat of violence is just par for the course. But back in 1990, only 6 years earlier, few had ever even heard of Tupac Shakur. Still down and out in Marin City, California, and desperately trying to break into the music business, he caught the eye of established Oakland rapper Shock G, who offered Tupac a gig as a dancer in his group, Digital Underground.
He saw Pac had no home to go back to, and, you know, he gave him an opportunity.
It was just the break Tupac had been waiting for. Suddenly, the teenager was circling the planet on a world tour.
Tupac had a lot of fun running around with Digital Underground. They were calling from Japan, and they were calling from London, and they were calling from Italy, and they were calling from Australia.
A natural showman, Tupac graduated from just dancing to stepping up behind the mic. The move was an immediate success.
Pac was a master at, he could take your style and do it a little bit different or a little bit better than you. And that was something. And so that's how he dealt with every situation.
Soon, Tupac had his first record deal. And in November 1991, Tupacalypse Now was released. The album featured a strong and sometimes contradictory mix of violent anthems and compassionate social commentaries about poverty, broken homes, and drug abuse.
If you look at his music, He had songs that were so negative about women and talked about them like they were just nothing. And then he had a whole series of other songs where he was putting all women, mothers and black women and all women on such a pedestal. He was a complicated guy.
In his writing, Tupac drew from his various experiences. Raised in a politically charged Black Panther home, exposed to the fine arts, and schooled on the streets.
He was a poet, you know what I mean, first. I think Pac was just so in tune with himself that he can do whatever kind of song and not feel like if people hear it, they're gonna think I'm weak.
He's a fan of himself as well. He would go, listen to what I said. Oh my God, the boy is nice. And this is how he would say it. He'd be like, oh my God, the boy is nice. Yo, Jamala, listen to this. Listen to how I kick it. And he would recite a little verse out that song, and he'll go, ooh, I'm so nice, I'm so nice, I'm killing them, I'm killing them. I'll be like, Pac, he is crazy.
Since he was a kid, Tupac had also fantasized about becoming an actor. And in 1991, he made his second dream come true. He starred in the critically acclaimed film, Juice.
Juice came out. When I went to go see it, the girls were screaming. That was fly. That was some to see.
From the moment Juice came out, everybody was talking about Pac. It was just obvious that, you know, he was on the verge of something really major. That role helped him more than the music did.
He would come downstairs and he would like spread his legs apart and his arms, shake his jewelry off and everything, pull his collar up and say, I'm a legend in my own time. And I would say, Dag, Pac, man, in another 10 years, you're gonna be the most powerful man in America. He was like, yeah, watch and see, I am.
Things were looking good for Tupac. The following year, his mother, Afeni Shakur, now clean and sober, re-entered his life. Once again, they were a family.
I discovered that when a child says to you, you're my mother, when they give you authority over their lives as their parent, that they can withdraw that authority. And my children withdrew it. I didn't take it back. They gave it back to me.
But with the good came the bad. In 1992, Tupac was arrested for allegedly attacking a limo driver. In 1993, he was charged with assaulting another rapper with a baseball bat. In another incident, he was charged with attacking film director Alan Hughes with a weapon. In Atlanta, Georgia, he was arrested, although later released, for the alleged shooting of 2 off-duty policemen. It seemed that Tupac Amaru Shakur was taking his gangster image rather too literally.
Well, Pac, you got to realize of, you know, where he come from and his family's history with the police. And they hated Pac. They hated Tupac.
I don't know if it was that his heart was a Black Panther heart. I don't know if that was it, but Tupac just had no patience for law enforcement, and I don't know that he had respect for law enforcement. And so I think, why were the authorities mad? Because Tupac was thumbing his nose at them and worse.
Mr. Shakur, can we get a comment from you at all?
Hell no. Thug life. Thug life. Thug life. That's my comment.
What's that mean? I don't understand.
This is yours.
Pac always felt like he would be a statistic. But he said, if I'm gonna be a statistic and America's gonna thoroughly me over, I'm gonna be the ultimate statistic that I can be.
In the battle between Tupac the artist and Tupac the streetwise thug, it appeared that the dark side was winning. And soon, on the streets of Vegas, on a warm summer's night, that darkness will swallow him whole. September 7th, 1996, 8:35 p.m. Tupac Shakur has just finished watching a boxing match at the MGM Grand, where his close friend Mike Tyson pulverized his opponent Bruce Seldon in less than 2 minutes. Backstage, Tupac is accompanied by Suge Knight. his manager, and the owner of his record company, Death Row. With them is Tupac's security guard, Frank Alexander, and various Death Row Records associates. It's clear to everyone that Tupac Shakur is still revved up from the fight.
And he's just going off, you know, man, 50 blows, 50, man, he knocked them out, yo, 50 blows.
As the group enters the MGM Grand's lobby, one of Suge Knight's Death Row employees passes on a message to Tupac Shakur.
One of Suge's guys, his name is Trevon, came over and whispered in Tupac's right ear.
Trevon has spotted a man in the hotel lobby that he claims robbed him a few weeks earlier. The man is also a member of the Southside Crips, sworn rivals of another big LA gang, the Bloods, with whom Death Row is said to be affiliated. Tupac Shakur, the king of gangster rap, decides to teach the man a lesson.
And Pac just ran up on him and...
Fired up by the boxing match, the Death Row entourage, including its CEO, Suge Knight, joined Tupac in the feeding frenzy. In the chaos, Frank Alexander pulls Tupac from the brawl.
I grabbed him and got him out of the fight. Orlando Anderson's on the ground and everybody's kicking at him, beating him down.
2 years earlier, in New York City, Tupac was involved in a different kind of battle, a fight for his very life. On November 30th, 1994, in the lobby of a Times Square recording studio, he was robbed of $40,000 worth of jewelry and shot 5 times at close range by a group of unidentified black men. While police wrote it off as a random robbery, Tupac saw it as an act of retaliation by one of his many enemies within the hip-hop community.
And personally, to me, you know, it could have been a setup, or it could have been whoever came through the door. Because Pac never thought nobody would do nothing to him, because he felt he represented the black community and nobody would... No. That don't go down like that. And that's what I try to get over to him. They don't go down like that. I don't care who you is. They'll take you down.
Tupac had become a moving target. His aggressive music had angered both police and community leaders. His verbal attacks on other rappers had created friction within the world of hip-hop. As a rich and powerful black man, everybody was lining up to take a shot at Tupac Shakur.
But he was just a cat that just refused to back down. You know, that was just him. He just refused to back down. I loved it about him, but I also knew that can be a downfall too, you know? And that's what I was really trying to give to him, that can't just run up on anybody, man. They'll kill you out here, for real.
Tupac knew where he lived. He knew what the system was. He knew what he agreed with and what he didn't agree with. But he also knew that if he didn't make an effort to make capital in a capitalist society, he wasn't going to be able to do anything that he wanted, you understand?
Tupac's image as a thug was catching up with him. The shooting had left him with 5 bullet wounds, the most serious of which was a severed artery in his thigh. Tupac was paying the price for not only writing about our violent culture, but also for being a part of it.
This is all about my image. This has nothing to do with me. This is all about my image. It's like MTV, all the papers, they building me up. Now they destroying me on the same image that they perpetuated. You know what I'm saying? I'm selling records. This is what I do for a living. I'm selling records. Don't get it twisted. This is not my real life. This is not how my real life is supposed to be. I'm not supposed to be really having all these villains in my life.
You can't blame a rapper for murders unless you're gonna blame Arnold Schwarzenegger for all the people he killed in Terminator. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna blame a rapper when we only speak it, and then you got actors who show it, but you don't blame them?
Less than 5 hours after his operation, and against doctors' advice, Tupac Shakur checked himself out of the hospital. He had other problems to deal with. The rapper was due in court to face rape charges brought by a 19-year-old woman. Charges he angrily denied.
Why am I in court? You know what I'm saying? Get my life ripped apart. But I'm here, I'm gonna go through it just to show that I have faith in the American system. But soon I'm gonna go crazy.
Acquitted of sodomy and weapons charges, Tupac was instead convicted of forcibly touching the woman's buttocks, a felony sex abuse charge. He was given the maximum sentence, up to 4.5 years behind bars. To his legions of fans, it seemed that the law was making an example of Tupac Shakur.
Pac was the one that had the biggest mouth and would say it the loudest and say it to anybody, you know what I'm saying? There was times where he said it even to his mother.
I'm loud, I didn't shut up. But I didn't think they was gonna take it this serious. Me keep talking out, I didn't think it was gonna be a matter of life and death.
What did you do? What happened? Can you tell us?
While at the Clinton Correctional Facility in upstate New York, Tupac seemed to undergo a startling transformation. The king of gangster rap publicly denounced thug life.
Well, you got to realize when Pac was in jail, you know, jail will make you start thinking. And you're gonna do anything you can to get out of jail, you know? So, to me, when he denounced thug life, it was like, you know, I'm only playing. Let me get up out of here.
But getting out of there wasn't so simple.
Obviously, Pac was in a dire position, being incarcerated and, you know, his money being dwindled down because of all the cases and, you know what I mean, fighting these bogus lawsuits and all of that.
In exchange for signing with Death Row and taking him on as his manager, Suge Knight promised to get Tupac out on bail. And soon enough, the all-powerful godfather of hip-hop made it happen.
I never saw the contract. I just remember the phone call. You know what I'm saying? Calling us saying, you know, I'm on Death Row now. You know, I just signed with Death Row.
They tried to control Tupac. Even when they sent him to Death Row, they thought Suge was gonna be able to control him. But you know, that was just like putting a flame with some dynamite. That's gonna blow.
Death Row put Tupac up at the posh Peninsula Hotel in LA to recuperate, re-energize, and get back on his feet.
He was coming off a #1 album with Me Against the World and a #1 record with Dead Mama, so he was doing his own thing. It's not like he needed Death Row, but in a sense, he needed them at that moment because it's like, hey, they gave me a $1.4 million bail. You know what I'm saying? I need to get out of jail.
The master agitator was free and eager to get back to what he knew best, holding up a mirror to society's ills.
Once he got out, it was like all that anger that was built up while he was sitting in jail came out all at one time.
But soon, in a hail of bullets, that mirror will be forever shattered. September 7th, 1996. 9 p.m., Las Vegas, Nevada. After beating up an alleged Crips gang member in the lobby of the MGM Grand Hotel, Tupac and his entourage make their way back to their rooms to change before heading to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to play. In less than 3 hours, Tupac Shakur will be left for dead.
I remember Tupac coming back to the hotel, and he was really excited.
One man can only do so much, man.
So he came upstairs and he was like, Jamala, you wouldn't believe it. I did a 1-2 on the dude. I knocked him out. I did a Mike Tyson on him. He didn't really get into details about who he was fighting or what the fight was about, but he was really happy that he got a chance to test his ring out on somebody's face.
While getting dressed, Tupac decides not to wear his bulletproof vest, a garment not out of place on a man with so many enemies.
I remember Castro saying to Pac, you know, you should put your vest on. I think you should wear your vest tonight. You know, Pac saying, nah, it's too hot. I don't want to wear my vest tonight. It's too hot for that.
Normally, he wouldn't leave without it, but this time he left it. He didn't have it with him.
After the short pit stop, Tupac and the others wind their way across the strip to a mansion belonging to Suge Knight, Tupac's manager and the owner of Death Row Records. Suge and Tupac disappear briefly while the others wait impatiently.
I don't really know what Pac and Suge was doing at the time. You know what I mean? I just know we was waiting and I was ready to go.
Almost everything in Suge Knight's mansion is red, the official color of the Mob Piru, an offshoot of the LA gang, the Bloods.
He wore a lot of red. You know, it was his choice of color. He was from Compton. His hood, his set were of, you know, Bloods. So by him wearing red, if that's what he was representing, then that was on him.
Some felt that by associating with a record label connected to the Bloods, Tupac was making himself yet more enemies. This time with the Bloods' arch rivals, the Southside Crips. But his bodyguard, Frank Alexander, saw it differently.
Tupac was not gang-related. If you want to represent a color with Tupac, it would have been green, and that's the color of money.
After about half an hour, with Tupac and the others ready to leave for Club 662, Tupac makes an unusual request to his bodyguard.
I was walking to the car with Suge and with Tupac, and I was actually opening up the back door to get in the back seat, and Pac stopped and said, no, take the keys and go drive the Lexus with the Outlaws in it, because we're going to be drinking and you're going to be the designated driver to drive us back after we've finished partying over at 662.
Tupac's last-minute arrangement comes at the urging of Suge Knight, who wants to talk privately with his star rapper. The procession snakes its way back to the Vegas Strip for the concert at Club 662, a concert he will never get to play. Less than a year earlier, Tupac had seemed invincible. He'd survived a point-blank shooting in New York, he'd survived jail time in a maximum security prison, and he'd emerged more popular than ever. His first album with Death Row, All Eyes on Me, took him to the top. Within 3 weeks, the album went platinum. Yet, despite this success, Tupac decided that when the time came, he would not renew his contract with Death Row Records.
Tupac was ready to leave the record label, and there was a reason for it. So, you know, that reason only his mom and the immediate people within his camp would know what that reason was.
Privately, Tupac believed that Death Row was not giving him a fair cut of the money he was bringing in. But Death Row was not Tupac's only problem. He was also fighting with an old rival, New York-based rapper Biggie Smalls, who he'd attacked repeatedly in his songs. Their feud fueled rumors of a war between East Coast and West Coast rappers.
Well, the East Coast, West Coast beef was like a mirage. It wasn't true, you know, because all Pac is from the East Coast, all the Outlaws from the East Coast, you know? It was just a beef that he had with Biggie.
Tupac had spent the last 6 years fighting with the cops, the courts, other rappers, and now violent gangs. It was getting increasingly hard to tell his friends from his enemies.
Tupac had a lot more enemies than just, you know, Joe Blow rapper across the country. He comes from a family of people that don't just talk, they act. And they're educated. Pac's big mistake was speaking truth to power. And that's one thing when you're talking about a faceless government or the president. It's a whole nother thing when you're talking about people within the industry that you work or people within the streets. He didn't just speak truth to power when it came to the cops. He said about the dope dealers. He spoke truth to power all the time. When you have that level of honesty, they don't want you here. No one does.
And now, as Tupac rides to Club 662 with Suge Knight, he has no idea that one of those enemies is about to strike back.
Once we got to Flamingo, we made a right-hand turn. We came to a stoplight, which was Koval.
As Tupac's bodyguard follows in the car behind, the convoy inches forward. And as usual, Tupac draws the attention of his fans. Then, suddenly, out of nowhere, a white Cadillac.
As they got closer to the BMW, the arm came out and the gun just started firing.
Suge's car is hit with a spray of bullets. 4 of them rip into Tupac's body. Another grazes Suge Knight's head.
And after the Cadillac shot into the car, I thought they were dead. My reaction was to run up to the car, and instead, the car took off.
Suge's bullet-riddled BMW makes a hard U-turn and races off in the opposite direction.
I didn't know what to think. It was a fog. It was a haze. Were these real bullets? Did they really shoot these guys?
Badly damaged, the car soon blows its tires and breaks down close by. And, for the second time in his short life, Tupac Shakur is looking death in the face. September 7th, 1996, Las Vegas. At 11:17 p.m., a hail of bullets cut down superstar rapper Tupac Shakur. Mortally wounded with a punctured lung, he's rushed to University Medical Center, where he undergoes 2 emergency operations. His right lung is removed to stop internal bleeding, and he's induced into a coma from which he will never awake.
He was cussing and crying and mad. And what was going through my mind was that we just went through this in New York.
I saw Jamala, and who had had quite a night. And, you know, it started. People started arriving, and what I remember is that there was never a time where somebody wasn't there with him. When I went in, he was, you know, in a medically induced coma, and I never thought he was gonna die. Never. Not one time did I think he was actually gonna die.
When I first seen Tupac on the hospital bed, and he had all these tubes connected to him, and I knew then that he was gonna have to fight for his life.
For 6 days, Tupac remains in a coma. Throughout, his family gathers in an around-the-clock vigil, refusing to accept the inevitable.
We all had this thing, and I guess he did too, is to where, like, Pac is indestructible. So when he got shot the second time in Las Vegas, we were like, man, it's Pac, dude.
But on September 13th, 1996, at only 25 years old, Tupac Shakur's short but violent life comes to an abrupt end. His death leaves many feeling lost.
When he dies in the street, whoa, man, what is going on in America, man? What is going on in America where you make it and you still don't make it out?
Meanwhile, the criminal investigation into Tupac's murder is stonewalled when witnesses refuse to cooperate. Theories on who pulled the trigger are rife. Some suggest a revenge attack by the Crips for the beating in the MGM lobby. Some point the finger at longtime Tupac rival Biggie Smalls, who will also be shot to death 7 months later. Others still speak of a setup by Suge Knight, who knew Tupac was planning to leave Death Row Records. Whatever the truth, on the streets of LA, retaliation for Tupac's death comes fast and furious. Over a 10-day period, 12 shootings erupt between rival gangs. 3 are killed, 22 are arrested. In death, Tupac becomes even more popular. He goes on to sell over 75 million albums worldwide and enters the Guinness Book of World Records as the highest-selling rap artist of all time.
They lost a great man. They lost an activist, a poet, a rapper, a brother, a friend. He was one of the great ones. Yeah, he was.
He's not a perfect person. He's not a perfect rap star. He's not a perfect pop star. I think people liked him all the more for that.
That sense of humor, man. Dude was funny. It's not all, you know, not all what you see, you know, the toughness and the bravado and all of that. We did more laughing than we did any of that tough gangster.
His mother, Afeni, takes the family reins. In 1997, the Tupac Amaru Shakur Foundation is created to provide training and support for creative students. That same year, the University of California, Berkeley, offers a course entitled The Poetry and History of Tupac Shakur.
I speak to him all the time because it matters to me what he thinks about what we're doing. It matters to me. So I believe that he hears me.
To this day, Tupac Shakur's killer has never been found.